Good morning, everybody. Yep, that is indeed me. Good morning. Yeah, doing all right. Still in the process of waking up, of course, but there's nothing new there. We made some very, very good progress down 31 West to link up our route to the boundary camp yesterday. We didn't quite finish it, but it's looking good. It's looking very good. So we definitely got a job to finish there, but otherwise we are making good progress on that. Let's take... I'm going to take the truck, but we're also going to take a trailer. Wrong trailer. Yeah. You can do a lot with 8 metal bats. Yeah, it is. That's why I have 2 of them. Could even have 3 of them. We get 3 slots that can fit swords. Ooh, I did not know there was a metalworking shop down here. Neat. Speaking of swapping to a side sword, forgot to sharpen this thing before we headed out. Now I've missed my opportunity. No, I did not. With your own die. That would be interesting. I only know of the extremely creepy teddy bears. It's a post office over there. You're gonna tempt me into making one of each color and then organizing them by Roy G. Viv. Don't tempt me, I'll do it. Source of construction lights and bricks. Not that I intend on using bricks for the immediate moment. I think that would actually be the closest construction site to Jericho, actually. Yeah. Speaking of green, there's green carpeting in there. I don't know if I've ever seen green carpeting like this before. That's a rare one right there. Light green carpet. It looks like I had to do a double take. It's not like a mini golf course. No, that's just somebody's carpet. Now that's a novelty. Ah, the newspaper place, Kentucky Herald. Okay. This is an area that I've never actually fully explored before. On all of my other previous characters, I would just drive past it. Because Louisville was right there, and it felt like this was a bit of a distraction prior, even though it is absolutely part of Louisville. Some of them could be pretty good. Definitely not this one. This one's a regular spawn. $39. This one is, you are like all the rest. Can of gas, though. I really wish the Quantum Vessel came in a variant that's not the 6-seater kind. I would unironically use it if it was the kind that actually had storage space in the trunk instead of 6 seats that I'll never be able to put any butts into. So we got discount account, for lease, and then logistics, USL. If it hadn't been for my usage of the railroad, I probably never would have been tempted to come back here. Dani would have been yet another character that would have skipped this area on. But, I'm here for it. We might actually find a laundromat down here. Big might. Maybe not. Yeah. Not seeing any such thing so far, but it is one of those small-time commercial sectors. So it's in the realm of possibility. It'll probably be clear as we loop around here because this is linking up with the mouth of the railroad here beyond the walls, where I went out of my way to clear a large number of Zeds that were moseying around out here. Oh, it definitely crawls on a good day. Dry dog food is now officially stale. We got white counters here. The uppity kind of white counters that don't have any storage in them. Office loot table with no glue is a sad sight indeed. We've been unhinged for a little while here, so we're taking some hinges. Maybe a couple knobs. You know, because okay, so I know what you're talking about. Zeds will tumble over these cubicles. I'm pretty sure they get damaged, but I also think they're pretty lightweight. And I have heard that low fences are the meta for dealing with sprinters. So, are you telling me that one of the best ways of dealing with sprinters then is to just constantly have some of these around? Just have a safe space every like I don't know, 40 tiles. Just have a safe space as you progress down a neighborhood, so that if too many sprinters come at you, one of them will have to flip over one of these fucking things first. I mean, is that what we're reduced to? Because I know by now I've heard people talking about all you need is some fences to deal with sprinters, because yes, there's fences everywhere. You need them all the time. There's a better way. There's a better way of dealing with sprinters. Unfortunately, we've confirmed that the devs are not going to implement it because they are, and I quote, done with all of the major changes to extinction mode. That's what I like to see. Cereal and tea. Well, as fate would have it, here's a truckload. But, I mean, that's the best thing, though, is you can pick them up and move them around without any chance of breaking them, right? So you find a couple, and they're your best friend for just setting up local defenses around a area. Now, that being said, Extinction Mode has respawns, and sprinters can respawn. So, again, I've always said Extinction Mode is not worth playing long-term ever. Even if you survive, you're just bringing a lot of work down on yourself. And if you don't survive, then what was the point? Hope you got that adrenaline rush, bro. I mean, if you see a sprinter, kill it. It's the walls are there to prevent the checkmates, or at least give you better chances. You gotta place them ahead of time. Where combat is expected. But I suppose the usefulness is always going to be a little limited when the combat could happen anywhere, anytime. There's nothing here for me. We'll come home with plenty of hinges, though. We will no longer be unhinged. How's it going, Luchador? Visited the Irvington Speedway, have we? It can get a little wild up there. There are people inside the building, and there's people on the other side of it. And when you honk out there, you're going to bring both of them. Yeah, that's always how it starts, isn't it? That's how you get your ground wars. I actually kind of miss it. That was how I discovered Ekron was an interesting place. May you live in interesting places. I think I could actually mark these off now. Just a couple of small office buildings, but I'll take any X I can get on the map. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer is always my best friend with that. I mean, I eventually wanted to kill most of them that were in my way there, but to find out whether there was a race car, and then perhaps heist it. Performance for standard. I don't care about that. I ain't got no standards. Yeah. How to use generators. Performance standard. Regular sport. Come on, now give me something nice here. I know it's looted and trash, but it's Louisville. I have great expectations. Not really. Interesting that I can't see over the fence over here from this height. I wonder if I could see over the fence over there if I was on the roof of this side of the building right here. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could get on the roof of the building right there by just, you know, maybe doing something that maybe if I pushed E, I could do something here. Video game that's been in development for 13 years. Still only has one way of going up and downstairs. Wouldn't this be amazing? Your big spiffer will make a fine addition to my collection. I still have not found, okay, who have I found? I found a frog of some kind. I forget the frog's name specifically, but we do have a frog here that I have never found on my other characters. There is a quite extensive collection of small animals, stuffed animals in this game. Nothing compared to Beanie Babies IRL, though. Zomboid's got a lot of catching up to do if they really want to hype up the 90s stuffed animal craze. don't know if there's any magazines that I have not read yet. I want to say there are. Danny. Are you okay? Danny, are you okay? Are you okay, Danny? Yes. Oh. Wait a minute, this is the post office, and there's wooden crates. I have never seen a post office with wooden crates anywhere else on the map. What do we have here? Workshop supplies. Okay. All right. Thanks, Cindy Stone. Thanks for getting me hyped. For 0.5 seconds, I was hyped there. No, it's this. It looks like a workshop. It quacks like a workshop. It's a fucking workshop. Who cares that it's inside the fucking it's inside the fucking post office, but no. No, that doesn't mean we get entire crates full of, nope. Nope. I don't know about you guys, but I do see a sign right there. It says U.S. Mail Service. Doesn't say U.S. Workshop Service. Come on, Indy Stone. Louisville's been around for a while now. You can define loot tables. I believe in you. I'm just ragging. I'm not actually that mad about it. One of the reasons that I came down here and secured the place was Master and Fatco over that away direction, which is a workshop loot table. Threaten me with some more workshop loot, why don't you? I've never been inside Kentucky Herald. I assume this is one of those Reed office building adjacent structures. Looks real pretty on the inside, maybe? Maybe? Yeah, kind of. Reed office building is still prettier, though. It's not just because it says it has my surname on it. The place does look like a castle. I assume this is the printing facility on the right here. Let's see what kind of vans we got. Great parts. Quality 73. As far as step vans go, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, somebody's stuck in a bathroom in there. Sucks for them. $78 for a step van. Again, that's pretty damn good. And we even got the keys to one of them. So it even this one's even got a battery, I think. Not a charged one, though. Oh, dear. That was the sound of a door breaking. So that means there's enough zombies in there to break a door when I'm not hanging around close enough to the building for that. Duly noted. What makes me enjoy the game? Should I answer chronologically or alphabetically? If I had to pick just one thing that comes to mind right now, it's that I can lose myself in it for 8 hours straight very easily, and I'll never be tempted to spend another cent. That in and of itself makes it so much better than so many other video games right now. Even better than the other video game that I would be playing, Darktide. I could lose about 4 hours at a time playing that game, but then I go to the Morningstar and I see other people wearing their little cosmetics, and I start looking at the cash shop, and the temptation strikes me, and suddenly I feel very happy not playing Darktide. Well, Fat Shark took away another one of my toys. They took away, fuck was it called? They took away the universal rending buff that we got from, what was it called? Executioner. Executioner was we're deep in the weeds on a different video game at this point, but Executioner was a very fun thing that, you pulled out your melee weapon and you struck some weak points with it, and you would get armor penetration, and that armor penetration would apply to everything, including debuffs that you would put out there. So as a psyker who does a lot of soul fire, who sets everybody on fire with blue fire, and then switches to melee and taps a few heads and suddenly gets a bunch of armor penetration on my fire. That was really fun. And just like everything else that Fat Shark does, they create really fun things and they leave them there for several years. And so you really start to have fun with it, and it just becomes an ingrained part of your playstyle. And the next thing you know, they're coming along several years later and being like, we're going to go ahead and remove this. Yeah. We're right there like the Helldivers devs. We're going to do exactly what they do. Yeah, you guys are having a little too much fun there. I'm going to need you to stop. Unfortunately, I regret to tell you that there is no cure. And even if there was, what would you do with it? Save yourself once? There's nobody to save with it right now. If there was other people out there to save, a cure would be a more compelling factor. I find it a lot easier to just not need a cure. Also, whenever I think about this game and getting bitten, I always feel as though, even if the infection was not a thing, there are a lot of situations where if you're going to get bitten, it's not just because some one-off, like, it's not just going to be because I made a mistake fighting a single zombie like this one. It's going to be because a checkmate situation came along and I'm being grabbed from 3 different directions, and it doesn't matter if there's no infection. I'm going to get ripped apart and killed through things that have nothing to do with infection. But nothing wrong with having a hopeful future, because right now we're living in the darkest timeline for Project Zomboid. I personally would be cool if there were other timelines for Project Zomboid where the world did not get 99.995% of its population wiped out, to the point of humanity being at a severe genetic bottleneck. Well, we have successfully explored this area, but I don't actually think we've located any sort of laundromat down here. And that's... yeah. I got nothing further to say on that. I think we're going to have to go to a different area to actually find a washer and dryer. Regrettably, the most effective thing would probably be to just go to some residential. Speaking of residential, I wonder if I think my safe house to sleep in at the mausoleum is actually faster to get to than my base from here. Yeah. Gaming Wonder, I do wish NPCs will get added at some point. Actually, it's not necessarily that I don't think that they will get added at all. It's that I think the thing that is more likely to happen than NPCs not getting added is NPCs, or the devs kind of falling apart before they get to that point. I feel like if the devs continue to work on the game, then they will definitely happen. My greatest fear is that they might crash out at some point. I mean, that's the only way to survive an apocalypse. You guys are looking at the world's most well-armed farm slave right now. Dani is not... probably doesn't perceive herself as a farm slave, and I don't perceive her as one, but when we go out there and actually start working the fields, boy howdy. It sure as hell feels like we are. Oh man, that would be amazing if we could do Power World mechanics where we could actually carry our NPCs around. Jackie J, I choose you. I will make a proper mausoleum for her as opposed to just what we've got here. This is a acceptable beginning for a gravesite for the hero of humanity. Whatever is left of humanity. We might even have room for... Not really. Actually, hang on. I think I can fit a generator. If I put the satchel on, yes, I can fit a generator. Do I need a generator? No. Am I going to have a fine addition to my collection? Yes. So what I'm going to do is leave the, I brought a trailer with me. I'm going to leave the trailer behind. I'm just going to take some road cones. Because I need some markers for my gates. Drunk Bob, I choose you. What wouldn't I want from NPCs? If you want overall, what would I want from NPCs? Just the overall experience. Something adjacent to RimWorld. The closer we get to RimWorld, the better. In everything but graphics. Do I want to be able to make hats out of my colonists? Not really. Do I want to be able to make hats out of the bandits that I'm going to have to kill? Kind of. If somebody shoots at me from a rooftop right now, you bet your sweet ass that I'm going to want to be able to do exactly to them what I do to the rabbits that threaten my vehicles when I run over them. Whatever you guys see me do to rabbits in this game, just kind of use your imagination a little bit and imagine what I would do to bandits that started shooting at me randomly if I drove by. I have a feeling that that's going to happen. We're going to get some form of bandits when NPCs get added. Will they be the shoot-on-sight type? I sorely hope not. But that is a realistic expectation in an apocalyptic scenario. I mean, there are some places in real life you could go to right now that are not at a zombie apocalypse where people will just shoot at you for any reason or no reason. Maybe you're just not supposed to be in a certain area. I mean, go to Area 51 in the United States and watch what happens if you get too far in. Actually, don't do that. Don't interpret that as a request. Do not go to military facilities. They do not have alien remains. You can trust me, I work for the feds. See, this is absolutely not why I did it, but now we have a, oh, we're still uneven here. Works for me. It's generator Tetris. Generator Tetris. Let's go. Okay. They got to have different colors or different shapes here. Here we go. Hang on. The blue one is the T shape, and the yellow one is the L shape, and then maybe we do need a fourth red one, and then we have a four long. Really? Now that's interesting. I've seen the thumbnail for it and I've chuckled. Every time I see the thumbnail of that video, I chuckle at it, but I've not actually seen the video. I'm sure it's interesting, but I mean, one look at the thumbnail and I'm like, alright, you killed every zombie in Project Zomboid, you and how many mods? Whenever I think about trying to do it without mods, which is always what I think about first, because this game... modding is great, but you need to actually fix the base game so that you have a solid foundation for the mods to build on. And boy howdy, trying to kill every zombie in this game, even if respawns are off. Good luck. Good luck. Godspeed, my man. Alright, so this is why I picked up those road cones. I need to have a visual reminder, even though I'm pretty good at remembering this at this point, of which way these doors open and how far they open. So these cones are going to help me with that. Seeing that the cones are here, whenever I approach the door, the cones with their visual bright color remind me that they open this way, and I must park beyond the cone in order to open it. And I brought 2 other cones. We'll do that with the gate on the other side. We planted our kale over here. We planted some kale and lettuce, but it was planted like right at the end of the valid month for, well, the good month actually for lettuce. Well, actually, that might have been poor month. So there's a possibility that some of our stuff is cursed here. But we'll see. And I'm actually not too worried about the gates here. Am I? I was going to do 1 agricultural vehicle. But if I put cones out here, I'm going to absolutely run over them on accident. And I don't have opening gates in that direction, so maybe I don't need them yet. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with a big horde, I don't recommend guns at all. Unless you can choke point them really hard with shotgun. Shotgun is the only, like, proper horde clearing gun that, like, we're talking about a horde, like 100 or more zombies all at once, and you don't have any environmental obligations, or, environmental advantages. Yeah. Oh, my friend, we are 1 year, 2 months, and 2 days in. The power went out over a year ago. The lights that you see are where I'm going to put the lights when the power is not going to go out now. We've got our generators. Is there any massive difference between shotguns in B41 now and shotguns in B42 as of the fix to multi-hit? Because before they fixed multi-hit, I had the unfortunate displeasure of using shotguns on Annie Mae, my previous character. Second playlist linked in the description. It was only single target at the time, and we cleared part of the military checkpoint here into Louisville with that. That was I didn't like that. The power outage is something that I try to plan for these days, but I'm actually kind of bad at it. He would think with 3,200 hours I would be good with planning for the power outage, but no. On this character right here, we actually had perishables that we forgot about in several freezers, like scattered across the map, because we would stay the night in a house while we're kind of going out and exploring, and we would put perishables in the freezer, and then we would forget to empty the perishables out of the freezer the next morning when we left. So to this day, there are some rotten things in freezers scattered across the map that I left there before the power outage with the intent to keep them in the freezer, you know, as soon as we power went out and we got our generators running. I'm actually not that good at it. I got used to being able to transition to living without power. I think we did that for a little while on some of my previous characters, but I don't remember which one now. Some of my characters are starting to run together. And stone, that's looking good. Let's go ahead and take all of our looted... we don't actually have a lot of room in this thing. How about a garbage bag right on top of the construction area here? That'll be full of hinges and knobs. Now we can build doors and gates much more easily. This propane tank that I'm carrying around does not have much juice left in it. Let's see if we can get these 2 torches. Nope, just one. So another empty propane tank for the lineup here. I could use a crate for this crap. This is just animal parts that I'm not going to use. I am only going to use a wooden crate for this because my dub rods are actually... I have plenty of dub rods. That's probably not a problem yet. If I started building fences like these for the entirety of this area, and then if I started building more and more of them, we would piss away my dub rods and I would never get them back because you can't make those. So, yeah, I mean, we've got 3 stacks of dub rods in there and 12 in here. This ambulance right here represents the majority of my fortune for welding supplies, other than tanks. I think I have more tanks back at Phallus Lake still. So only 12 stacks of dub rods, plus the 3 we've allocated for free use in the area. It's not a lot. It really isn't. At one point in Phallus Lake, we had like almost 30, I think. How's it going, 7108? We are, as a update for anybody joining, we're just passing through the night here after doing some cleanup of the commercial sector, just past the military checkpoint on your way into Louisville. Right, so you get into the military checkpoint, there's the boundary camp, and then after that, on the left, you've got the hospital, on the right, you've got the commercial sector. And the commercial sector is something that I've actually ignored a lot over the years. My last 2 characters, I literally never went down there. So that's actually something slightly novel to me. Just going to empty out my bags, and we're going to go right back to doing that. We've got rain today, but that's not going to slow us down since we don't have massive combat to clear the area anymore. It's just going to be clearing up remnants. The venison is gone. Yeah, we've completely used it up. The rabbit meat's not going to be far behind it. And some of this rabbit meat, there's a lot of it. All freezers are almost completely full. I am shocked at how long this broccoli has lasted. Most of this broccoli is all leftovers. So I wasn't planning on, having an immediate use for it, but its shelf life is surprising me. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, broccoli is a hydrated vegetable, so it's absolutely going to rot a lot faster than something like potatoes, which are not as hydrated. Whenever you think about something going rotten in real life, just think about how much water is in it, and how long has that water been sitting around at room temperature rather. And then of course after the water, then you think about the other nutrients, but the water is the big thing, because you have a little bit of water, that's all you need for the mold to start, and then everything else follows. Okay, You're correct. Insane luck is 100% correct, Crass Dude. But we have survived for almost like 4 or 5 times that, and we still didn't find Longblade. Linked in the description are two of my previous characters. Collectively between them is probably about 1,500 hours of gameplay. Neither of them ever found Longblade 5. Neither of them ever found Longblade 5. Right? Hang on a second. You know what? I can tell. I can tell. I actually have screenshots. I want to... Now I'm curious. Because this is something I don't always memorize very well. So I'm just scrolling back through to the screenshot that I took, the last screenshot of my previous character. That would be Nora the Explora. And that would be at the gas station here, shortly after we found these bunny ears, which was kind of funny. Wait a minute, that is... It's Nora, isn't it? I can't remember. Of course. Of course I will have scrolled down the stupid skill window. See, there's a reason I always keep my skills on the screen while I'm playing. It's because I have the screen space to afford it. And yet, even though I have the screen space to afford it, I still can't make the window big enough to actually see all of my skills. Damn it. Hang on a second here, if I go a little bit further back. There we go. This is just a couple days prior. So yeah, she never found Longblade 5. She did get to Longblade level 9 without the fucking book. That's one of the reasons that my memory is hazy on that, because I do know that I've gotten pretty high in Longblade, but because I never found the book. We never had a chance of getting 10 in a reasonable time frame. If I go even further back in time to the end of Annie's save, where we took a screenshot on the roof of her Riverside base here. Or not the roof, the ground level. Yep, okay, so neither of my previous characters, who collectively probably about 1,500 hours of gameplay, not only did we never find Longblade 5, we also never grinded our way through the skill without it. With Annie, we tried. We tried with Annie. We were halfway there through level 10 without the book. Ay, Dios míos. But yeah, no, survivor houses are absolutely a huge motivation factor for that. If I hadn't already found... Now, just to give you a wild lightning strike scenario here, this character has found 3 copies of Longblade 5. 3. I don't know if I can chalk that up to just sheer luck, or the fact that we have been doing a little bit of going out of our way to make sure that we've maximized our chances for survivor homes, mostly. If you look at the map, you can see that we have explored a lot of residential areas. But we waited to explore a lot of these residential areas until long after the 2-month window. After the 2-month window, your chances for the looted and trashed mechanic to kick in turn to like 50-50 or something like that. But your chances for a survivor house, a quote-unquote late-game survivor house, also kick up a little bit. So we very deliberately avoided exploring residential until like 2 months in. And after that, we went nuts. Ooh, hang on. This is no longer accurate. I don't think we got all 18 of them, though. Just gonna call lots. And this part I can completely erase because we actually recovered that. But our today's destination is here in... And now, again, like this, so about residentials, if we're looking for, if we were looking for survivor homes, instead of exploring this commercial sector, I could be exploring this entire residential sector here. Every single one of these houses is just, we're playing Murphy's Law. It's a shot in the dark at one of those astronomical chances of a survivor home. Now, that being said, all that being said, the first copy of Longblade 5 that this character found was in a random cardboard box in a random house. That was nothing special about it. It was not looted and trashed. It was not a survivor house. It was just a house. And we found a book crate, and that book crate happened to have Longblade 5 in it. I feel like I took a screenshot of that too, but I probably don't have it. Well, I could ID it. I could ID it in a heartbeat if I scrolled past it at the right moment. It was when we were in Irvington. Yes, we were in Irvington at the time. So that would be before Brandenburg there. It would be somewhere down here-ish, kind of. I did things very differently on Dani here. My map progression is kind of left to right. But, here we go. Somewhere in here, if I did screenshot it like I was supposed to. But it was Mashton Fatco in Irvington, like one of the first residential houses to the south of it. We just ran a random cardboard box is where we found our first copy of Longblade 5, and then after that, of course, we found 2 more copies. I think both of those were in survivor houses. I never did get too deep into long blunt. I'm sure it's good if you have skill in it. We're kind of just chilling at base for now while we, I would prefer the rain to pass if I can manage to wait for it to pass. But, once I get my bags emptied, we're going rain or shine. Most of what I have left is for the kitchen. Where did I pick up a random whetstone that was like half integrity? I don't think it's one of mine. No. No, I have not changed out my whetstone recently. Yeah, just random cardboard boxes. I spent an ungodly amount of time playing this game without recognizing that every cardboard box you walk past is worth a glance. Just a glance. If you don't at least give it a glance, then you're doing yourself a disservice. I believe the main expedition vehicle is still carrying around my fountain cup collection, which has grown to, what is that? That's about, we're almost up to 50 fountain cups. I think my record was 60-something. It's not like I've gone that far out of my way for fountain cups, but they're very, very useful for shutting the hunger up. You allocate your cow's milk to a fountain cup. It is the most lightweight way to carry around 300 milliliters of pre-portioned milk. We need to make some more salads. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and make some more salads. This will help get some of that rabbit meat off of the shelf. Ah, I just talked about the broccoli going stale. There it is. Okay. Well, that's fine. We're about to use it anyway. So we've got 2 slabs of rabbit meat prime that have been cooked here. So I'm just going to slap 2 helpings into a salad, into each of these 8 salads. That should, hopefully, put a dent in it. Otherwise, it's not going to last much longer. Yeah, I will absolutely eat these 8 salads long before I, Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, we can fit that slab. Everything else is probably garbage at this point. And when I say garbage, I really mean I toss it in the can until it goes rotten, and then it goes out into the composter. Now we can use up the rest of the broccoli. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll just have a collection of 30 salads here. Herb them up with some herb from my garden here. That is the herbs that I've set aside, so we're also going to pull some more herbs out of storage here. 5 each of the big 3, basil, cilantro, oregano, and now rosemary. Rosemary is a recent addition to my collection here. Okay. Rain or shine, we're off to go. Morning, Mario. How's it going? Making crawlers, yeah, that is a problem with blunt weapons with the high knockdown chance and the less lowered chance to kill. No way to make them, as far as I know, the higher crit variants. I always find it very silly that there's certain weapons that have stats that we have no craftable equivalent to. Whenever it came to short blunt, it was always the nightsticks that bothered me. I gave a rant on the nightsticks previous stream, but if anyone didn't catch it, it's just the fact that it's really the placement of the weapon that bothers me the most. Is that for all your blunt enjoyers, short blunt enjoyers particularly, you'd expect a short blunt weapon, most of them, to be able to go on your belt slots in addition to your back slot. That's not how this game works. Most of the best short blunt weapons go on your back and nowhere else. The best short blunt weapon you can get on your belt that's actually craftable is a fucking block mace. And I don't know about you guys, I don't usually have a lot of spare carry weight that I can run around with to afford something that weighs 2.5 encumbrance on my belt slots. That was a fucking meme. Yeah, speaking of memes. Not a fun thing to miss several swings in a row there. One of the reasons I wasn't able to stream yesterday is because I was absolutely annihilating my sleep schedule there. And it's still not 100% fixed. I'll be able to handle today, but yeah. What the fuck are you doing in there? Get out of here. Fucking building. I ain't going in there to give you the advantage. So this is a metalworking shop. Not looted and trashed, but full of Zed.
Hey!
Steel rod half. I mean, if you don't care about damage at all, yes, you could absolutely do that. Are those makeshift radios? I don't know if I've ever seen those spawned in the game by default before. Interesting. Other side of those cabinets, we're looking good. Okay, now I'm curious. Makeshift radio. Yeah. Yep. That is exactly what that is. Makeshift radios cannot be scrapped. I can steal the battery from them. Not that I'm, like, particularly hurting for batteries, but... what? I clicked on it and said, remove battery, and nothing happened. Okay. Maybe we can't get the batteries from them. How about the rest of these Valuetech radios? I think I'm about to have a nice influx of electrical parts. Yes. Actually could use some of these light bulbs too. That's 2 boxes of light bulbs right there. Box of batteries, and I'm actually going to replace the battery in my flashlight while we're at it. Don't mind me, just casually standing around in complete and total darkness while I replace the battery. That's imitating life right there. There are a few things in real life that I'll do in complete darkness, just on muscle memory, because I'm too lazy to go turn the light on. That actually turned into a useful skill when I had a power outage, and somewhat recently, but we all like to hope that we won't actually have power outages that often. But with data centers coming to a power grid near you, who knows what the future holds. These shelves all contain slightly rarer things. Receivers and transmitters you don't find those on very many shelves. Can't think of the last time I did. Hello. I knew there could be more than one in there, but the quiet ones, man. It's always the fucking quiet ones. Let's just do a 360 check through that door, or a 180 rather. Let's turn 180 degrees and walk away. I do still hear some groaning somewhere. Got a Matt or a Lisa groaning somewhere. Directly to my right. I don't really care. I mean, the loot table up here is not what I'm here for. I was hoping to find some welding supplies, but that is not what this loot table is. This appears to be very electrical. Like, excessively electrical. It's like literally nothing but electrical. I would have, okay, yeah, sure. I'll take every single one of these red and green light bulbs. I might actually have enough for Christmas lights at this rate. I can celebrate Christmas slightly more thematically appropriately next time. At Fellis Lake, we actually have proper Christmas decorations. Guy doing the RR, he's the military base in Rosewood. Oh, you mean the military research facility? That's definitely one of the decisions of all time. It is okay to have a flashlight. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. I'm gonna garbage bag up our loot from all that. I should have been doing that from the start. It's just a nice, wholesome collection of electrical parts right there. I have nothing bad to say about any of that. What's up, Command? How's it going? Oh, I was wrong. That was Value Tech. Of course we found electrical parts everywhere. I was looting the wrong place. I mean, I want to look at this place eventually. In the order of priorities, I was supposed to hit the metalworking shop first. Okay, cool. Actually, in that case, let's actually go up here and drop that bag of loot I just got off at the trailer. There's a lot of places I gotta, like, you know, back it up, put it in reverse here, so I'm not gonna even bring the trailer in to that area yet. We're just gonna put the loot that we're picking up that's bulky into the trailer. The truck here is supposed to be my combat vehicle. It is not a looting vehicle. It would have been smarter to take a different vehicle because we're pretty much done with the heavy combat now. At least in this area, unless I were to accidentally wake up St. Peregrine's. We're going to let Pippin sleep. We don't need to do that. We are not going to fool the took. I will not throw myself in and rid you of my stupidity. Sorry. guy? Whoa, 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 bro! We found one! Oh, yeah, we found one, boys. We found one. We found one. I can't fucking believe it. Oh, man, I'm about to teleport behind some motherfuckers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 100%. Who is this guy? Oh, he doesn't even have a name. Amazing. He didn't even inscribe his name. Truly the sign of a master swordsmith. I've been playing this game for... Hang on a second. Steam check. Steam check. I have been playing this game for 385 hours. Rounded up, that's 386 hours. And this is the first time I have ever found a katana in B42. Yep. I won't be touching this until I am level 10 Longblade, though. It's half condition already, so it's actually... I mean, it's still better than a sword. But if I lose a little bit of condition on it, then I think the crit will degrade and it will no longer be better than one of my swords. So it's a meme. I mean, it's always been a meme. It's always been a meme. An undamaged katana is going to last about 10 times longer than one that's at half integrity. Because remember, every time a blade degrades, you get an opportunity to sharpen it. And the katana has a massive reservoir of durability. So every time it degrades, you get a lot of chances to sharpen it, I guess. But I've never experienced that, so that's something we'll figure out at some point. But when it comes to weapon durability, you get the best return on investment when you're level 10 maintenance and level 10 with that weapon skill. So I am not touching that katana in combat until I am level 10 Longblade. Yeah, no, Crass Dude is 100% correct right there. The Murphy's Law is working against us when it comes to things sticking out of zombies, because the chances for that have not been improved much. But the chances of, or the different things that could be sticking out of zombies has increased quite a bit. But yeah, for now, I'm going to definitely, when I get home to my base, I'm going to clean the sword up and put it on a display somewhere. 3 katanas before a sledge. I don't know how far I got in early B42. Early B42. I didn't leave Riverside very much. A lot of my earliest characters, we didn't really leave Riverside as much, and I never went to some of the new towns at all on some of my previous characters. So the factory and showroom here has a unique color of carpet that I want someday, but today is definitely not that day. What we are mostly here for is the metalworking here, Steely Resolve. I spawn the Zeds. Well, that's true for certain areas. I mean, like, especially the military checkpoints, I spawned in a lot of Zeds there, but, yeah, you're correct about the areas that I actually do explore, but the map tour doesn't always actually bring me everywhere, like, you know, everywhere there is to explore. Especially now on Dani, that I'm actually deliberately avoiding certain places. What he's talking about there, if anybody's not familiar, that 8 weapon skill and 10 maintenance. We have the formula. We have the formula. Let's verify that. At least that's well, I'm sure the wiki is up to date mostly. Weapon. Come on. Scroll down. There you go. Do they not have the... They might not have the formula for... blade... Or for degradation on this page. It just has the... average condition, the condition lower chance, but it doesn't have anything pertaining to weapon skills on here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Maintenance level, weapon skill level. The formula is 1 in 15 plus maintenance mod times 2. What? Where maintenance mod is calculated using the long blade and maintenance skills. Okay. Now, again, these pages get automatically updated, but of course, this page has been updated to an unstable beta version 42.3.1. So, I assume that these numbers are still close to accurate. As a 42.3, I guess. So if we wait until maintenance 10 and weapon level 10, then that is 1 out of 29 is our chance of condition lowering. That's 3%. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty freaking damn good. That's going with the baseline percentages for the katana. So the katana will last a very long time, but we can make it last even longer. And I'm all about those min-maxings. It wouldn't surprise me if there were some floating point math bullshit going on in there. I mean, yeah, this katana is going to end up being a decoration for at least the short term. I will absolutely not use it until it breaks. That will not be something that I do. I'll use it, but once it starts getting low, I will absolutely be turning it into a decoration before it breaks, not after. I already like this place. I already like it. I already like it a lot. Yep, we're not going to have any problem getting an absolute boatload of metal crates now. The only thing that could make this better would be a large quantity of welding rods, which I don't know. This might be one of those places that uses or doesn't use welding for as much in the production pipeline. This is a duffel bag of S-rod for making window barricades. So we'll separate that from, we'll bag everything up in garbage bags probably. Let's make this a garbage bag of steel sheets. Oh shit, so you're telling me that the old welding goggles have gotten even harder? That's cursed, that really is, because honestly they are, the encumbrance. The lower encumbrance is moi. I would love that. That would be amazing right now. I've learned to live without them, but of course, having them would be a nice windfall. Toss these outside where it's a little easier to turn around with the trailer. think that's all the steel sheets from that room. One Zed to the left. Unaware. Clear all these back corners here. I would give my kingdom to be able to pick one of these up. It's actually relevant to me right now to be able to just very quickly and easily saw through a bunch of metal sheets. Because that is something that would help me build more of these metal crates here. These metal crates are memes. These are not the kind that I can build. If they were, if these were not memes, I would absolutely be taking these crates just straight up. But these metal crates right here, the kind that you find in existing POIs, are functionally identical to wooden crates for some godforsaken reason. Literally, the only appeal for making a crate out of metal is that you should get a little bit more storage out of it, but no. Not in this universe. Yeah, no, some of these tables in here, man, the things that I would do with some industrial C-clamps, and I forget exactly what these things are called, but what the hell are these things called? I look at them and I just think C-clamp, but fixed C-clamp is what I think when I see that. Because my brain just knows C-clamp. That's all I know. I used C-clamps to such an extent when I was in my dad's workshop that he would make fun of me for it. And I massively overused steel, or rather, I would clamp things that I had no need to clamp, and he would make fun of me for it. But then he'd turn around and be paranoid about workshop safety to such an extent that he would never, he didn't give me his table saw. When he moved to Florida, he left a lot of equipment behind in his workshop when he sold the house. And I was like, dude, I will take every single thing in here. And he's like, no, I don't want you having this table saw. It's dangerous. You don't know how to use it. I've never trained you how to... Fuck you, dude. Oh, my old man. I love him, but he's got some silly inconsistencies sometimes. And now it is true. He did mod his table saw to remove one of the little safety features on it. Bench vise. Thank you, Mario. Bench vise. We had one of those, and I think I used it on occasion, but it was mostly C-clamps. Like, I would C-clamp things to the table. I would C-clamp... When I was sawing wood with the table saw, I would C-clamp pieces together instead of just, pushing them across one by one. That's probably the safer thing to do, is push them across one by one, but this old man of mine, he'd fucking just push them together, one after the other. Not the safest thing to do. But then to turn around and talk to me about safety. That's alright. We will allow the boomers to have a little bit of inconsistency. Alright, we're going to have to combine some of these. I'm looking like we're getting seven full stacks, maybe? Eight. No. 7 full stacks and 1 tiny bit. Yeah, okay. Let's take this radio, and that's probably about it. At least in terms of what we'll find in here. Oh, propane tanks. Of course, yeah. That's a no-brainer. We will absolutely be taking propane tanks. I was kind of mentally probably saving that for last. And there's all those shelves over there we haven't hit yet, so we are far from done. Ah, more dub rods. Okay, sure. I thought I had hit this side. Let's just put the non-full stacks into my inventory. Full stacks into backpack. Woe betide he who thought that we should not be able to combine the combine stacks with stuff in our backpack. Okay, we have already found more welding rods than I had hoped for, and I am here for it. I had hoped for a few, like maybe 4 or 5 stacks. We are well into the double digits now. It's beautiful. If anybody's not familiar with dub rods, welding rods, what makes them so special is that you cannot make them. And they are required for almost fucking every single recipe with welding now. Including, sadly, the barricades that we used to for the longest time in B42 and all of B41. We used to just be able to weld those without anything other than propane and a slab of steel sheet, whatever. That is no longer the case, regrettably. Fuck that. No, I'm never doing another metal floor. If I make metal floors, it's usually for very limited aesthetic reasons or because I'm trying to level. But we're welding level 10. I never have to make another floor again for that purpose. Trunk is full. Okay. Yeah. This has never been a looting vehicle. Trying to use it for looting is my first mistake. Alright, let's garbage bag up some iron pipes next. Yep, it's true. Stop that. Stop having fun. Everything's got to go away. You're not allowed to have fun. Stop that. Stop it. Is it realistic? Probably. Is it necessary? It's not necessary to not let us make our own. Again, if you're going to make it so that you can't do something without something, give us the means to get that something. I don't care how hard it is, just give it to us. As long as there's a way. You guys are watching somebody who wrote a goddamn dissertation on gasoline production using just the resources of Kentucky. It's possible. It's absurd. It would never be commercially viable. That's why they didn't do it, but it's possible. There are crude sources, proven reserves. I cited them in my Steam post, but of course that went nowhere. Because that would be a lot of work for very little payoff. I don't even regret. I don't even think the devs would regret not doing anything with that. I don't know if I'm going to need more steel rods other than that one duffel bag that I allocated out there. That's much lower priority. I'm just going to like collect them together into a spot on the floor. And if I feel like picking them up later, then they'll all be together. Almost all steel sheets up there. That's what I'm talking about, more iron pipes. Woe betide we if we could actually make some fucking iron pipes, that'd be nice. Not in this universe. It's not just dub rods that we can't make. Lewis, how's it going? Good to see ya. We're doing some looting of a metalworking facility at the moment. And we've already got way more loot than we'll be able to fit in the current trailer that we brought with us. The trunk of the truck is already full. That's no surprise. We're probably gearing up for 2 shipments with the... we are now out of garbage bags. And that's actually okay. What I'm going to do is grab one of my beautiful frame packs. In fact, I'm going to grab both of my beautiful frame packs. Love these things. You know what else I'm going to do? It's going to get damaged again, but I don't care. I'm going to repair the trunk again. That's something useful that I can do with one of those steel sheets already. It'd be amazing if we could actually do something with the lathe over there. Can you fashion some sort of rudimentary lathe? I think that might be all of them. Some decorations, come on now. None of these, really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Badly. We missed some iron pipes. We'll be a little late for bed tonight, but all things considered, we'll be coming home with a nice haul here. So those garbage bags on the floor there, I'm gonna come back with a step van overnight to take all of that, because like I said, that's gonna be more than we can fit in a. Damn it, gonna be more than we can fit in a trailer. So we'll come back with the step van and then load up the step van. And there's plenty of other things down here that we can loot that we can put in the trailer. A metric lot of steel sheets, yeah. TAF 7 Cloud, where sandbox settings are talked about in the description. TLDR, it's all default. It's Louisville, so there's a lot of zombies, but nothing compared to your average everyday Muldrow experience on High Pop. High Pop just means it takes longer to do anything. Zombies are an environmental obstacle that I enjoy overcoming, but it's not why I play the game. I play the game for everything plus the zombies, not just the zombies. If I wanted to play a horde shooter, well, I've put a bit of a moratorium on Darktide, but that's my horde shooter right there. Wait a minute, did I just drive right past my... drove right past my turn. A lot of what's in our trunk needs to get transferred to probably KY Ranger, so I'm going to go ahead and back up and leave it parked adjacent. And the bags that I'm carrying in my hands also just on the floor right here in front of it. It's probably more than we can even fill in it, but that's okay. I'll have a quick bite to eat before we hit the sack. Then we got some sorting to do. I would like to at least unload all of my containers on my person, and then we'll take a step then if we have time overnight. We're probably not going to have time overnight because we have pushed back our bedtime here. Why would I do that? I could do that, but why? There's a gun store, and we have not finished all the gun stores on the map, but we're getting there. Very close to being finished with all the gun stores on the map. Yeah, pretty much just one of these bags of steel sheets won't even fit in the trunk. Sometimes numbers can get all over the place here. Where is my hinge supplies? Feeling mildly unhinged. Garbage bag, yes. So we got in this duffel bag a gate bag, as it were. I can now make another gate. All the necessary materials for it are in this duffel, so this duffel is for future base construction, most likely. I don't think I'll use it for the current base, because my steel rod supplies are not... Or, I'm sorry, my iron pipe supplies. We just got a big old influx, but if I piss them away on more of those walls, then that won't last very long. I mean, honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter what I do with that, because I won't have I will not have scrap metal either way. So these wooden crates can receive the animal parts. You know, I probably should process those deer hides at some point if I actually want to. It's coming up on the last chance for the year. I've been putting overflow metal into the trunk of State Police here. Yes, those are Bambi's parents. Bambi's parents have been turned into hides, and I have Bambi himself in the yard over here. I'm not even kidding. I've literally got Bambi over here. He is doomed to forever run in circles, because he will never accept me no matter how many times I... You literally can't even pet deer in this game, which is truly cursed. But yeah, he'll run in circles until he becomes meat. I'm backing up State Police here so that I can dump that metal that's on the floor into the trunk. Also, this animal trailer's placement is getting increasingly inconvenient. Now that we've got that fence up and we've got to kind of do a bit of a weird maneuver to get around the corner of our base, we've got to go ahead and move this bad boy. Honestly, if I just got another entrance to Jericho established, but ever since I learned that railroad tracks have a small chance to damage your tires, I have felt as though I don't want to use them. just pure feels. I will still use them gladly for long distance travel, but for short distance travel in and out, where I'm going to be going obviously in and out of this base billions of times, it feels like it's better to set myself up with a road that has 0.0 chance of damaging my vehicle. How did I capture the deer? It kind of pincered itself in a fenced area. So there was a fence. I don't think it was fully enclosed. No, it was not fully enclosed. I don't actually remember exactly where it was. I think it was the rail yard. But you can replicate this anywhere where deer spawn that happens to be a fence nearby. That does happen semi-frequently. Like you'll see them in roads, but there will be like rural fences nearby. And when they run along fences, their movement becomes a little bit more predictable. And fawns don't run as fast as fawns don't run as fast as adult deer, so they're a little bit easier to grab. I think I can leave. Yeah, State Trooper is basically just at this point a carrier for surplus redundant metal stuff. We still need to get a second sleep. I have been putting it off a little bit, but that's perfectly fine because it's still raining. Rain makes it harder to fight in for shooting purposes. So if I just wait a little longer to sleep, then I'm just fast forwarding through the no shooty juice that's fallen from the sky. Because yes, if you didn't know, that is absolutely a thing. Unfortunately, in this universe, a little bit of rain makes it so your bullets don't damage zombies quite as much. Make of that what you will. The leftover welding rods actually are a little too much to fit in the trunk here. That's no bueno. I'm gonna take the steel rods out and just put those somewhere else. Replace that with dub rods so that this the KY Ranger here is basically just, it's supposed to be a vehicular device that can build most welding stuff, right? So I back the trunk up of KY Ranger to a place like where I wanted to build this fence, and as long as the trunk is within range, I can just build things using the materials in the trunk. A lot less sorting things and putting them into bags when you do it that way. At this point, I kind of view my vehicles as large bags. I mean, what else are they sometimes? You're just a trunk to me. Shit. I do want to build more metal crates inside, so I'm going to go ahead and bring it inside. Now that we have like an absolute ton of both small and regular steel sheets. And an absolute ton of welding rods. Like, okay, I keep saying this. Now I can go nuts with building metal crates, but I can't. I don't have enough scrap metal. Welding is an extremely fucking tedious task in this game. I don't know if you guys have noticed. It is extremely fucking tedious. I have done a lot to try to optimize it for myself. I have failed. It's slightly more optimal than just not knowing what you're doing, sure, but it's still fucking tedious as fuck. What are you doing, Step Survivor? God damn. Alright, so I didn't even have to put that back. I just had to make sure it wasn't running. So let's get our second sleep, see if we can fast forward through some of this rain. Oh. I have a meme. I gotta share. It's somewhat relevant to the shenanigans of this channel. My downloads, vids.
First,
you know what? I'll play this with full context so that you understand what's.
Tonight, 2 fighter jets collided at the Gunfighter Skies Air Show in Mountain Home today.
So this happened just the other day at an air show. But when I saw it, there was only one thing I could think of, and some of you might already know what it is because you might know how this stupid brain of mine works. Where is it? Under odd. Let's see if I can time this right. I can't edit this because it's in a format that Premiere won't accept, and I'm too lazy to convert it. Oh my god. Holy shit. I can't believe I got lightheaded. I laughed so hard at that. Holy shit. God damn it. I hate my sense of humor. It's terrible. It's okay. Nobody died. Everybody's safely ejected. The only thing that died was 0.5% of 0.005% of my tax budget paid for those fucking planes. I gotta be careful not to laugh that hard. I literally got lightheaded from it. Lack of sleep will do shit to a man. I can't play it too much longer than that. I'll get content ID'd. YouTube is a extremely vicious beast. I picked up some of these premium tech radios for my vans that need them. So we'll get those put in. Even though these are all still massive fixer-uppers. These are far from being ready. Actually, while I'm here, does that floodlight down here actually need a... It might need a new light bulb. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, safely ejected is, that's, yeah, that could definitely be a sentence. They're alive, and I personally I would want to be alive no matter how many injuries I had, as long as my hands were functional. If I had to live without hands, I don't know. I've not been tested in such a way. There are many things that I could perceive myself tolerating. Lack of hands might not be one of them. But no reports on injuries yet, so all we can do is speculate. And that's not what I'm all about. Not right now, at least. I still need to put away some of this stuff, and I need to wash some of this stuff. For now, the katana shall be a decoration here in our kitchen. Everything else goes to electrical storage. I don't know which light it was, and I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't care right now. We just got a big influx of light bulbs, replacement bulbs. I'm going to make sure that those eventually end up in small bags that I can just leave on the floor next to my floodlights. I'm not going to be shutting them off. I want to be able to see when I, drive around at night in my parking lot area. So that just means that I'm going to have to be replacing some bulbs often. It is what it is. I deal with that at every one of my big custom bases. I do want to be bringing these empty torches with me because those I'm going to refill at the propane tanks that I discover, or that I acquire at the place we're going to go loot. Yeah, that's, imagine being in the Russian army right now, of all times. I am very sorry for your loss, if so. Because at this point, what fraction of them, I wonder, are conscripts who never wanted to actually be in the army? I mean, even before the war, I do recall hearing that it was a bit of a thing that a lot of people in Russia would just join the military because they didn't have anything else to do. I'm pretty... It's a huge number of them will no longer be around, sadly. I'm not the kind of person who takes hard sides in modern conflicts, because I think a lot of modern conflicts are pretty fucking stupid and not actually worth killing people over. I mean, that's a bit of a hot take, I know, but no, it's like the Ukraine war is literally just because Putin got tired of losing the modern democracy wars that were going on in Ukraine. The CIA couped the leadership and installed Zelensky, and they're like, Putin's like, nah, I can't do that, and then he started a massive, miserable war. Anybody who says that the United States wouldn't do the exact same to Mexico if China couped their leadership is deluding themselves. Are we in need of it? Yeah, we're in need of a salad. Let's just say that instead of Claudia Sheinbaum, we had Claudia Jinping as the leader of Mexico. You bet your sweet ass that if the United States couldn't win that influence war, which we probably could, if we couldn't win that influence war, then we would absolutely have boots on the ground within a few months of that happening. We wouldn't wait as long as Putin did. Modern warfare really is just that fucking petty. Yeah. That they do. Where is... Oh, you know what? I think Plonkies is actually... What did I leave in it? I just left the SAC 18s in there, so I'm just going to drop those on the floor temporarily, and we're going to take Plonkies down the road to be our loot carrier today. I had really been hoping the rain would be done by now. We're halfway through the day, and the rain shows no sign of stopping. It's still going to be reducing our firearm efficacy. I was in the mood for some shooting, but we do what the sky tells us to do here, because I'm all about that efficiency. Not much of a point in wasting bullets if you're going to get a little bit less kill out of it. Zacto, how's it going? Doing what we usually do here. We're giving hot political takes while casually doing logistics. Big logistics today. We got ourselves a big metalworking shop looted. And now it's time to toss that loot into a vehicle and bring it home. And you know what else we need to toss into a vehicle and bring home? Scrap metal. But there is none, is there? Any of these piles, I already harvested the scrap metal and turned it into things. Just to give you guys a measure of how annoying certain things can be. We are level 10 welding. That gets you so many materials for ripping apart a car that the materials don't even fit on a single tile anymore. This tile up here started getting filled up because of just how many materials we got from a single car. And yet we still don't have enough scrap metal for the modest, extremely modest welding projects that I've tried to do with Jericho. Just that fence and like a row of crates that has already pissed away all of our scrap metal. And level 10 blacksmith here can't make scrap metal. No, that would nope. Nah, for balance we can't have that happen. Nope. You can only get scrap metal from welding. I'm just being cynical. Welding has not gotten any attention from the crafting system for a while now. and I can't help but to feel that that is probably intentional. Whenever that happens, it makes me feel like it's either considered done, which I seriously doubt, or they're just saving up for a big overhaul at some point. And believe you me, it requires an overhaul. This shit right here, this absolutely requires an overhaul. Okay, finally we've got some scrap metal. Thank you. So just steel bars, steel rods, sheets, wire, and scrap metal, spare engine parts for now. Everything else is a little bit too much, even for a step van. Dismantle a restaurant kitchen. That, you know what, now that I think about it, you don't need a welding torch to dismantle the hoods. So that's going to be that's going to be some material you can get even without the spinning propane on it. The ovens will require a torch and a fair bit of time, but not as much of a torch as a vehicle would. In fact, you could probably waste a good chunk of the kitchen with just a single torch then. At no point was I going to say you're wrong. I was just thinking about ratios there. Expenditure of time and investment of propane versus ROI. I'd have to see the numbers on average for that, and that's a lot of work. Imagine me doing work. He says, as the file transfers he queued up for his day job are still progressing. Please don't ever use whatchamacallits, O365 for your entire enterprise and have nothing else for it. The moment Microsoft gets you onto OneDrive, just expect file transfers to just go. I am old enough to remember when my entire enterprise had all hard drives under our jurisdiction. The word cloud was a barely tolerated insult. It's a fucking United States government. Imagine being in a government and just going to this private corporation being like, yeah, sure, just hold on to this data, this sensitive data for us, because we don't feel like doing it ourselves. Every single federal agency, by the way, it's not just the one I work for. 100% of every single federal agency does that now, and most of them are Microsoft. Just in case Microsoft didn't seem like a fucking panopticon behemoth already. They carry more sensitive data than most governments. On behalf of those governments, sure, but the word zero trust comes to mind. And cybersecurity experts take it seriously in certain fields, and they completely fucking neglect it elsewhere. Like, completely fucking neglect it elsewhere. Whereas, let's talk about zero trust in cloud storage. Let's talk about that. Are we going to have homomorphic encryption for our cloud storage? Because that's actually something I would be a bit of a enjoyer of cloud storage if homomorphic encryption had any progress in it. You see, the thing about cloud storage is you need to make, if you actually want it to truly be encrypted, then you need to be able to have the cloud provider, and I say, like, if you want the encryption to be meaningful, then the cloud provider needs to not be able to comprehend any of the calculations that it's processing. I know that probably sounds a little silly, but if you look into homomorphic computing, you'll see that there is a way to outsource computing from a master computer to a slave computer and have the slave computer have absolutely no fucking idea what's going on, because the computations themselves are encrypted prior to being outsourced. It's actually really fucking fascinating, and I would be a massive enjoyer of cloud computing at that point, because then the cloud provider would have absolutely no way of knowing what you're even fucking doing with their resources, which that's how the world should operate, in my opinion. You shouldn't just take their word for it that, no, we're not going to trawl through all this data. No, how about I only give you data that you wouldn't fucking have any possible choice of doing anything with. the world, man. I need to name these bags. I'm going to put them in here. Garbage bag, steel sheet. Thought I'd named them all already. Okay, here we go. Now we've got, that's already mostly full. Let's go ahead and put one of these bags of sheets onto the passenger. That's, no. It's all Azure. It used to be that way. No, I can't speak for all agencies in that regard, but I can speak for my own when I say that the data center that carries a lot of special material that should never be in a machine that's on the private that's under the jurisdiction of a private sector entity. I used to work in a building of such venerable usefulness. They shut it down. COVID killed it. The building that I work in, I've talked about this before, but the building I used to work in is shut down. Now, when you say own, 90% of government buildings are leased. So you got to keep that in mind. Anytime you see a data center that is quote unquote owned by the government, that only government employees work, it means they have leased it, is what that means. The only buildings the government actually quote unquote owns are much fewer and farther between. Everything else is leased. And that being said, the when it comes to the physical jurisdiction of the thing, I actually don't get too involved in the weeds on that, so I can't even say for sure. I do know, though, that if we're talking about regular corporate Azure, which I know for a fact plenty of materials on there that shouldn't be, and when I say shouldn't be, I just mean my humble opinion, because I don't fucking trust Microsoft, and I don't think the government should trust them as much as they do. But at that point, we're just talking about ideology, so make of that what you will. Trying to gauge if there's going to be much room left after I empty these bags, and I'm not perceiving it. We've confirmed that the van is 100%, well, more or less 100% full, and now the trailer has like 40, something like that. Well, let's see if I can fit these two. No. Those two. Yes. Yeah, that's basically full. So the trailer is completely full. The step van has a little bit of room left. I don't know if there's too much more that I want to fill it up with, but I do have to step away briefly IRL. And while I step away, I will think about that and get back to you in just a moment here. I'm going to park it in the corner of the lot up here, so it'll be safe while I step away. I could weld apart like that burned wreck, for example, but if we're getting to the point where we're welding burned wrecks to fill up vehicles, then there's closer. Oh, I was hoping to take a shortcut here. Fucking dumpster, man. It's always a trash can to come along and ruin your day. If this was an action movie, you'd be able to plow right through it. Yeah, no, 7108, you're 100% correct. These, the two hard drives, one of which is currently receiving this footage. Now, that being said, I've used up a huge chunk of these hard drives already. I'm down to 7 terabytes, or what is that? That's about 10 terabytes across the two of them. And then, of course, factor in the rest of the tiny ones. I have used up 40 terabytes alarmingly fast with Zomboid footage. Alright, I will park right... I will not do that. There we go. If I park right here, then the driver's side door is not accessible. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. Y'all listen to that man when he talks about having a collection in 4K for Jellyfin. That is the way to go. I wish I could say that my collection was 4K. It's rather not 4K. When I scroll through my my collection of ripped DVD backups here, a lot of them are DVDs, not Blu-rays. Some of them are incredibly 404p. Yeah, not even 460p, 404p. I have some backups, some DVD backups here on my Jellyfin that are truly heinous quality. They don't even deserve a spot in my library. So what was our total remaining storage? It was like 40 something. I think we might have cleaned most of this place out, but I'll check upstairs first before I make any statements on that. 404 not found. Yeah, no, that's what it should be. take a peek over here. I know I could very quickly fill up the step van if I wanted to start taking some of those green carpet pieces. Ugly, just chilling there on the golf. So I was right. It is supposed to look like turf from a golf course. I was 100% correct. I was not going insane. In fact, these are, what are these, supposed to be batting cages? Yeah, okay. Can I take the, tell me I can take the, I can! I can make my own golf courses! Yes! Oh, that's great. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. I might have a golf course on the roof of my base in the future. Might. That's going to be a lot of work, but, So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, baby. This is just an entire... This is a golf... It's just a golf club. This whole place. Nothing but golf. That's... Factory and showroom. Oh, Ivanov is just a golfing company. Okay. I should have taken that from the ball and the tee there. But it wasn't until I actually went in there that I realized that that is what that's supposed to be. Yeah, I was looking for something to eat because I forgot to bring meals. And I found something to eat. That's good. This painting is less flexible than the others, but I'll take it. Lunchbox. One of these days I'm going to find a lunchbox and it's going to be full of all non-perishables. We have not yet evolved to such a point as a species. We still enjoy our perishables way too much. That's 16, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 14, 1649. $1649.20 plus this room. Wait a minute, am I going to 16? 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, 16 up there, and then everything down here is also 16. So a total of 3 more 16s. So it's 133 tiles of green carpeting. That's not quite enough for our golf course, but there might be some more here. That's just some napkin math to see what our possibilities are. Assuming there's going to be a little bit more, then yeah, that's good to know. I do wish TIS would give us more brush tools as official parts of the game. We have all these garden tools, and there's nothing we can do with them. Some of them should absolutely be usable for, like, landscaping-related things that are purely visual. I know the devs of this game are really, really, really allergic to us being able to make defensive structures of any use whatsoever that won't immediately be knocked over by zombies. And you know what? I'm actually okay with that. But they just, there's so many other things they could do for the cosmetics that would take only a little bit of effort. So now we've got this propane tank. We are going to refill 7 torches. And of course she selects the other one, so whatever. That's probably going to be more than 7 torches then. Beautiful. So we don't even have to bring that propane tank home. Propane tanks are heavier than the propane in them. So if you actually just take the torches, then you are being more space efficient. So if we find another one of those propane cans, we can probably empty most of it. $74, so that's about another garbage bag full of stuff. So if we find another garbage bag full of stuff, I think we will. I think there might be just enough nooks and crannies left. And at the very least, if I don't fill up this garbage bag with anything else, there are steel rods on the floor here. Steel rods and steel bars are probably much lower priority because I can actually make those myself. But it still costs charcoal and time. Both things I would rather have more of for other things. Okay, that should be everything. Not just about, that is everything. So yeah, we'll take a few steel rods and we are bailing out of this area for now. Something makes my ape brain very happy to see a perfect fit like that. That's a really tight corner right there. Yep. Clear your corners, rookie. Clear your corners. Well, actually, don't just clear your corners. Know them. Can't clear a corner if you don't even know it's there. And that I almost walked right past it. It was only the stairs that made me really turn in there. Top of the stairs looking good. So, if anybody, I guess I didn't articulate, this is the second floor of the mail, U.S., the U.S. Mail Service building, which, we found out that it seems like we've got a lot of workshop loot instead of mail loot in here for some reason, and I don't know if that's intentional. So I've been just, I'm looking at the other parts of the building. Cleared that room already. Okay, so factory floor, or factory. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it says U.S. Mail Service on the tin out front, but I don't. Yeah, if we didn't see anything on those shelves, then no, the entire fucking building is workshop. Hey, Richard, good morning. We're looting a post office that only has tools in it. I thought this would be a distribution center, is what I thought it would be, because it says U.S. Mail Service on the front, but there ain't no mail in here. I don't see no mail. I don't even see any female. It's just tools, and we've got those in both sexes. Don't be a tool. I'll take a steel ingot, I guess. Do a few fun things with those. Oh, post office confirmed useless. This is the small commercial sector to the east of 31 West, shortly after you get past the checkpoint and then the boundary camp. You got St. Peregrine's on the left, and then this industrial sector, commercial industrial kind of area here. And we're just putting some X's on the map because we have successfully cleared a number of these now. Kentucky Herald, I don't expect anything interesting. It's probably the entire thing is either office or the printing press on the right side there. Up here is a construction site, and I believe this building is going to be entirely desk job commercials. But what is this around back, I wonder? If it's only value assurance and tax and accounting, then what is this in the back? I think this might be a separate unit and it's unlabeled. So let's see what it is. In for a penny, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fatigued, so I really should be getting back to base. This is not a recipe for success. Clear the stairs first. Once again, if only. If only. I would love to be able to get a little peek into the residential area down there, but we're too far away now. So, third floor access would have made that work, but alas. I think that means none of the buildings here in this lineup have third floor access. Alright. Not a fan of those tight corners, but we're looking okay back here. Actually, this is just straight, just big old garage with not much in it. If I needed a place to a field base to set up in, this place is pretty close to where we could make a hole into the fence, and then see 31 West is just right up there. I would just make a hole in the fence on both sides here, and then drive right through that. But I don't think there's any need to make any field bases here. I'm just thinking about things that I could do in the future. Namely, in a future where I decided to not do what I did this time and take the railroad track as a shortcut. I don't know if I would ever not do that. I mean, the railroad track was an amazing shortcut. It allowed me to get straight to Jericho, which is still one of my favorite places to base. But it is now bedtime. Let's get out of here. And we will hook up the trailer on our way out. I wish we could put stop signs into gravel. It's kind of cursed that we can't. Stop signs can only be placed in dirt. So if you want to, but you can put anything you want underneath the stop signs after it's been placed. So if I wanted to put a stop sign as a decoration, what I would have to do is first put down dirt and then replace the tile with, you know, whatever I actually want to be there. It's a silly little thing. I like having stop signs in front of my bases as a way of letting people know that they should stop and not proceed. All those people who would be entering my base, you know, all 0 of them. Been a little while since I've actually returned to one of my bases with a step van and trailer filled with nothing but loot. Feels good. Even if it is vastly just metalworking stuff that the most useful of which is going to be this scrap metal that I actually picked up on the way here, as opposed to actually anything closer. There are some recipes that I've been thinking about putting together into a mod. Recipes that would just be taking things that already exist in the game to make things that already exist in the game that we should absolutely be able to make. A high-level blacksmith should have absolutely no problem making iron pipes and scrap metal. In fact, it should be one of the easiest things for us to do compared to building a fucking sword. So, I don't know if I would actually do that. I mean, there's even, and it feels like the devs got started with infrastructure to make iron pipes, and then just stopped. That's what it feels like. And when I say got started and then stopped, it feels like they got started like early on in B42, like really early on. If not, it's been there since the entirety of B42. At the kiln, there has been a clay pipe segment recipe that you have been able to make forever, as long as I can remember. It's always been there. And yet it's never done anything. But the precedent that it seems to be following is that we would make a clay pipe segment first as like a mold, and then we would use that to replace we would take that to the forge with some iron, and that would be our I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. Hang on. Advanced kiln fire clay pipe segment. As far as I know, there's no uses for these when you make them. We can find out tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. And then we can find out after I wake up, because I have pottery materials out the wazoo. I can make whatever I want with pottery right now. So it will cost me nothing, and it will even get me some experience to make a clay pipe segment and fire it and see what happens. That would be at the wheel, I believe. Sculpt pipe segment. A little bit of pottery experience. Kiln, fire it with my matchbook, not my lighter, please. And what do I do with that? Right click. Literally the craft. Okay, so if you want to find out what to do with something, right click and click the craft button, and it will show you in the crafting menu what you can do with it. The clay pipe segment literally doesn't have that option. So this is as far as we can get with iron pipes. We can make a segment. And I want to say that, okay, maybe this is not actually a mold, right? Maybe that's not what this is. I don't know what this is. It has no purpose. It's something that the devs added to the game a very long time ago in B42 and never did anything with it. Again, I don't have a problem with it being unfinished or anything like that. That's the whole point of an unstable beta. That's not, anybody watching me knows that that's not what I'm complaining about here. What I'm complaining about is the extremely disorganized nature of these implementations. And I hope that our new game director is in the process of making that better. That would be nice. But yeah, if I right-click on this, you know what? Let's just manually type it in. So normally you right-click on something, even something like a book would have the option in there, but this one doesn't. So let's just show all recipes and then type the word clay pipe segment. Nothing. So we typed it in manually. And 0.000 things of any sort anywhere ever. So it literally is just a crafting dead end. If I wanted to, it gave me pottery experience, so it wasn't a complete waste of materials. But now there was a dev log a while ago, like before B42 came out. There was a dev log about what their vision was for a plumbing system, like an actual legit plumbing system that involved using pipes to carry water from whatever water source. This would be rain barrels or a nearby water source in the ground. Maybe they were going to do well water. I don't know. I don't think it talked about well water, but the things that you would actually want to be able to do if you were building your own structures and whatnot. Very important things for survival. Water is the stuff of life, but the things they were talking about there went far beyond just being able to make iron pipes. They talked about all sorts of things. Now, my theory is that B42, when it first dropped, the boys who played B42 from the very beginning might remember this. When it first dropped, there was no plumbing at all. The B41 plumbing system had been removed. And the devs only added it back, possibly begrudgingly. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to read these guys. They don't talk to us anymore, but they only added it back after a couple of builds, and it seemed like it took some arm twisting to get them to do so. And all they did was add back the old system. So what that tells me is that they probably wanted to get the new plumbing system that they talked about in that blog post. They probably wanted to try to get that into B42. Because if they never wanted to get it into B42, then they probably never would have taken out the B41 plumbing system. They would have just done what they did with mechanics or electrical, and leave it almost entirely untouched, because they don't intend on working on it yet. I know mechanics and electrical have had a few changes. Not that much, though. there's still very little that we can do outside of repairing vehicles or building bombs with those two skills. And I don't even want to begin yapping about what electrical should be in this game. I guess should is a hard word because these guys are... Their vision is hard to piece apart, but what it could be. I started playing this game called Barotrauma, and it actually seemed kind of fun. It seemed kind of fun. I just, I couldn't get over the art style, and I couldn't take it seriously. It's one of those games where it's like 2D. It's like a side scroller kind of 2D thing. The electrical system is fantastic. Just imagine the insane depth that this game goes into with some of its stuff. Multiply that by an order of magnitude and apply that to like electrical stuff. You got wiring, you got voltages, you got load, you got amplitude, you got all that shit. It's great. Now, does Zomboid need all of that? Maybe not, but wiring instead of just AoE generator placement would be a great start, wouldn't it? Yeah, I know, wiring a light switch, maybe. Maybe just, having all these floodlights here, just hook up to a switch. I would really like a daylight sensor, like 7 Days to Die has. But if I can't have a daylight sensor, maybe that's a little too advanced for us. Can I have a switch, please? Can I have a switch for my streaming lights right here. It's just a little thing that just, all it does is automatically turn it cuts the power to whatever is downstream from it. That's all I need. Those things were around in the 90s. I've had this thing for like decades. It was one of those things that my parents handed off to me when they sold the house, moved to Florida. Those things have been around since the 90s. And those things would absolutely be around to enable us to... I mean, the game's got power bars. It's got power bars. And it's got wires. And it's got switches. All the stuff is there. The devs just got that... They got that far and then they stopped. And that's probably just my biggest criticism of them, is they go down rabbit holes, and then they stop, and then they do something else. And then the rabbit hole that they started going down just gets left to languish for years, sometimes, literal years. And it's sad, because I really like this game, and I think it can do so much better. But it is what it is. I have beaten that dead horse so far into the ground that it's starting to come out the other end. I know, right? We have motion sensors. We can only turn them into triggers for bombs, though. Threaten me with a good time. Motion sensors for bombs definitely strikes me as a PvP thing, personally. That definitely strikes me as a PvP thing. Because zombies, when you think about bombing zombies, I usually think about how many I can... I mean, again, anybody who's watched this channel long enough, I always think about how many I can nail with one bomb. And it is completely counterintuitive to that effort if you, if you just put a motion sensor so that it blows up on the first person that walks across it. That is like the least good thing you can do if you're trying to get a lot of zombies with a bomb. But if you are worried about a single player going up a set of stairs that they shouldn't. Now, that being said, if that happens, I'm sure that players have and will continue to find ways of having somebody else walk over your motion sensors. This is a game where zombies can be herded quite easily. The music has died, and we are going to go deploy for some combat. However, we might not actually let enough zombies get close enough to us for the music to kick in and fix itself. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up the playlist in a minute here. And all goes to the kitchen. I can stop carrying around. I actually expected to find another can of propane, but I didn't, and that's okay. I got one in the back of the welding ambulance here. Let's see how far we can get through this one. It is like... Hey, Lewis, how's it going? Yeah. We are absolutely back today. I apologize to everybody who was hoping to see me yesterday. really need to get better. Okay, so I overslept. That was the first thing, but then I had a lot of a brain dead feeling. I am a big advocate of not playing Project Zomboid if you feel like you're too tired or maybe too intoxicated, whatever, that you wouldn't want to drive, then don't play Project Zomboid unless you're okay with your character dying, because that is a environment in which bad things happen. You got to have a good reaction time to play this game, and if you're not on the top of your game, then you're probably going to be on the bottom. But no, I kind of just made that executive decision at some point. I was thinking about starting late after I overslept, but then I was just like, damn it, I can't. But I am going to try to get better about actually just, announcing that. I'll do a community post or something. Hey guys, I won't be streaming today. Or something like that. Bowl, over here. We have plenty of salads. I do not need to be making any more. I need to be eating these. Palace wall. Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, okay, so it became a time investment, right? Like when I was thinking about Phallus Lake, and every time I looked at it, I was thinking about expanding, and I was like, well, there's going to be an upper limit to how long I'm going to spend on that side of the map. And after that limit is passed, I'm only ever going to come back there briefly for short periods of time at a time. Because that's exactly what happened to all of my Riverside bases. And that's not the worst thing in the world. Eventually, you will, you play this game long enough and you never die. Eventually, you'll explore the entire map. And at that point, maybe you'll want to have a place to come home to. So it doesn't, if you think far enough into the long term, then sure, there actually is no such thing as the wrong place to build your base. But realistically speaking, we subtract the I'm going to live forever mentality and come back down to earth for a minute. My saves always break after I go into Louisville. So for this character particularly, it did kind of feel right to at least get to Louisville, and then if I was going to build a super awesome mega base, let's just have it be here in Jericho. Now Dani's theme, of course, is Dani the Drifter. She's supposed to be drifting from place to place. And that's not done. We're going to continue drifting, but everybody, in my humble opinion, has to have a lovely place to go home to. And this is our lovely place to go home to in Louisville. And Louisville has the density necessary for this place to be probably the longest used base of any of the others that I would build. So that's kind of the approach I'm taking on that now. I'm just going to leave a briefcase full of light bulbs out here so that whenever the lights up here break, or the bulbs out here break, I was thinking about putting them underneath each individual floodlight, but maybe later when I get more bags or something. Garbage bags are always an option, but they look really ugly when there's too many of them on the ground. Whenever I see garbage bags on the ground, my brain meat says that's loot that you need to sort. And we don't want to be messing with that. Some deep muscle memory there. I am going to test something. I've never tried this before. I want to see what happens if I make an improvised lighter with a battery that's not full. I get the feeling that making it won't actually inherit the charge of the battery, which would be really funny, and that would be a way of recycling my batteries. and turning them into something that is actually kind of useful. Okay, no. Okay, so that is absolutely not it. Now that being said, of course, I can still make use of it. This just basically means that this lighter, the battery's charge is now being drained every time I use it to fire the kiln over here. But that does mean that that costs duct tape to make those. So we can't just do that with our batteries, as we're almost done with them, sadly. Realistically, I feel like it shouldn't cost you too much to make a replaceable, or a battery lighter that does like the cigarette lighter thing where it produces electrical heat that's enough to set something on fire, but has a battery housing, so you can swap the batteries out. That's a high level electrical thing that I believe we should be able to craft. I believe, but we can't, so we don't. In the meantime, we will pack these together. And I did the thing. I hate it when I do the thing. I did the thing where I accidentally right-clicked on pack items into box, which means it took the spare battery out of my Alice kit. That is a very annoying thing that can accidentally happen to anybody. If you try to carry around a battery with you all the time, but then you try to pack batteries into a box, the chances of your spare battery making its way into that box accidentally. It's left me hanging out to dry once in a while. Did I get out of work? Today is a Monday. I am working as I normally do, but I don't have to. Mondays are not my days that I have to be on site. I actually had a rather candid conversation with my supervisor recently about whether he's right up, just between us watching this stream, right? My supervisor is right up there with all the rest of us. He does not think we should actually be working on site. Unfortunately, the on-site mandates come from 6 levels above my team, so we have no choice. We just have to fucking deal with it. That being said, he has no plans on being very harsh with the enforcement of actually showing up on site. He's quite sympathetic to all of the things that make it easier for us to work from home instead of working on site. So yeah, but that being said, it makes him look bad if his people don't show up. So there are still times where we'll have to go work on site, but the days, the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday thing where I have to be on site all 3 days, it's definitely not as hard of a requirement, but I definitely do need to have at least one of those 3 days, if not all 3. And I was telling him, like, it would be so much easier, that proposition would just be so much easier to deal with for 2 things, right? One, if I can just get my damn e-scooter fixed so that I can take my e-scooter down the W&D trail every day to get to work. That is, it would be about 14 or so miles, but my e-scooter can handle that, and it can handle it at about 30 miles an hour, which is really not bad considering I avoid all traffic, and I don't have to pay for gas or parking. That would take my commute cost, my daily commute cost, which is currently about $15 a day between gas and parking, and turn that into like less than $1 per day, because that is just how efficient small EVs are. Now, would I want to drive it in the rain? No. But that would be the day that I don't go in then, because we have some flexibility there now. So, and that's one factor. The other factor is building we work in doesn't have fucking cell phone service. That is in the pipeline to get fixed. Those 2 things, when they get fixed, working on site all the time is almost even not a problem for me. Of course, live streaming is a small factor in that decision, but I've said this many times before, live streaming is not something that actually makes me money. It doesn't put food on the table. And I don't intend on monetizing this particular channel very much. Anything that I do on this channel that sounds, like I'm talking about not getting demonetized or playing good with YouTube's terms of service, it's really just because I'm practicing for my main channel, which I haven't touched in many years, and I probably still won't touch for a little while, because I'm still kind of getting things ready for that. Yeah, someday. TM, someday. Oh, I don't have enough room for a second steel sheet bag in there. That's okay. I love having steel sheets. Maybe I'll put a crate out here with nothing but steel sheets in it. Yeah, having to pay for parking at work is just fucking wrong. Now, I get some of the considerations, and at least in my case, right, if you work for a corporation that owns the building and the parking lot, making your employees pay for the parking is fucking, that should be a federal goddamn crime right there. That is ridiculous. Nobody should ever have to pay their own employer for parking. Now, that being said, the building that I work in is one of those, it's one of those, I don't want to be too degrading. It's like the office equivalent of a village bicycle. The number of organizations that work in that one building is kind of fucking wild when I think about it. There's like 6 different federal agencies, and those are the only the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Some of which aren't even law enforcement. That's just fucking. There's 6 different federal agencies that have offices in that building, and then there's just a whole bunch of private sector buildings that have nothing to do with anything remotely related to us. And the building just accepts all comers, and because of that, there are a few select reserve parking spots for special people. Everybody else is a pleb who has to pay for their own parking, which is that's what happens when there's one building that just accepts everybody. Unfortunately, nobody wins in that scenario, and it's stupid, and I hate it. I did fill up KY Ranger, right? If I didn't, then these iron pipes go right over here. yeah, KY Ranger is very full. I will just establish another gate bag. This garbage bag will suffice until we get some more material. Oh, and I talked earlier about the music dying. Problem solved. So all those door hinges we picked up when we were out there looting, all making their way into gate bags eventually. Why did I put those dub rods in the floor here? I didn't have a better spot for them. They should go somewhere close to one of these vehicles. Yeah. I will have absolutely forgotten about it anywhere else. Now, any room that we will have filled up or freed up in the KY Ranger needs to get filled back up with scrap metal, because that's the thing I keep running out of. I've complained about it a billion times, but now I finally have a chance to do something about it. And I'm actually going to put some more scrap into the seat. So that when the scrap disappears from the trunk again, we just transfer it. The building owner wins. Yeah, I get. Well, maybe. I mean, I feel like there's got to be a boatload of managerial issues that comes when you have that many different tenants. But I wouldn't know. I ain't no landlord. I would never want to be. The notion of, I mean, I wouldn't want myself as a tenant. So yeah, I definitely would never want to be a landlord. I mean, okay, so I would take myself as a tenant over some people for sure, but no. So, there's absolutely a bunch of things I could be doing better, and so many others. Let's just take all of these materials, put them directly in the trunk of the trailer. I would like to be able to actually use some of this daylight that we got. And we'll just set this trailer aside as a welding trailer, like a backup KY Ranger. The torches we refilled can... Some of them can go in here. Yeah, there's several places I could put a wooden crate right now. Unfortunately, everything I have in mind requires way more than one. So I guess got to start somewhere. I'll just put the wooden crate right here. And actually, I'll just put the cosmetic furniture into this crate for now. Later on, when we repurpose the crate, we'll do something else with it. Why indeed. Outsourcing is the era in which we live, and it is a generational problem, unfortunately. It's going to take a few generations before people truly understand the consequences of outsourcing your entire workforce. And the worst part is people might not ever fully understand it, because generational problems are some of those kind of things that can just go unsolved forever. The Romans had generational problems that never got solved. Their civilization collapsed before they could. And I am definitely one of those people who thinks about Rome every once in a while. Don't know about you guys. Shout out to my homies who think about Rome every once in a while. Definitely not every day. There's a lot of that was a topic of public discourse for a while there. People were, particularly a male versus female thing, where women just couldn't fucking fathom that men would frequently think about the Roman Empire. It's not something women are programmed to think about. I would start sounding sexist if I elaborated on that too much further. I'm genuinely not, but I do believe that we're different, and because of that, well, gotta have the occasional hot take. We are not blank slates. There is writing on our tablet long before we get to scrawl our own stuff. I wish we were blank slates. That'd be pretty. I don't know. I don't know if I'm not going to finish that sentence. Blank slates. When you learn about the concept of option fatigue, I don't know if that's an industry term, but everybody understands when you have too many options in front of you. That can get overwhelming, and it makes you not even want to make a decision. That can be applied with life purposes as well. If you have too many things you can do, then you get frustrated, and it makes you not want to actually pick something. I have experienced that personally a lot in life, where I've had many things that I can do, and because I just couldn't make a decision, I didn't end up doing anything at all. So we just drained all of the engine parts that we had hanging around in our duffel bag here. So we'll refill it, but that probably won't actually get all the rest of them up off the floor. And I think we still needed like 3 more parts in that van. I think it was 3. But that's okay, because we were going to take... I think we were going to harvest parts from the other van. Oh, roads are incredibly important. Don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. I say were. They still are. Yes, this is engine quality 43. I would never actually repair it all the way. This is a donor board and nothing else. Yeah, so once I steal the parts from it, it's getting towed off of the lot and it's getting dumped somewhere. Neat. Lots of stuff on the seat. It actually sounds a little bit like a sheep. Getting to the point where it would be more efficient to just make another carton. It's alright, we're not quite there yet. Okay. We are fit to deploy. We're going to do a little bit of combat. I need something to shake things up here. And thankfully we've got a little bit of daylight to work with. So, 31 West is cleared all the way up to where we're at right now. The next thing that's got a lot of zombies in it that I want to start edging my way towards, I've already actually started a little bit on this, is Chapel Mountain Downs. I would really love to be able to make things with fiberglass. That'd be amazing. It should be like a high-level metalworking plus glass-making sort of thing. Because if you can manipulate metal and you can manipulate glass, then I feel like that is a route to which you can start specializing in reinforced glasses of some kind. Maybe not exactly fiberglass. I don't know what kind of industrial things are required for that, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be some sort of reinforced glass work options that the tools that are available to us should be possible. I mean, I've bitched about this endlessly, but we should be able to make replacement windshields. And I would even be 100% fine if the windshields that we built ourselves were more dangerous to us if they broke. Because that would really be the thing, right? If you made a windshield out of regular glass, as opposed to the kind of automobile glass. Automobile glass, if you've ever seen it break, is very specifically designed to not shatter with shards flying everywhere. Regular glass that you could make in a cauldron yourself would never be able to do that. And so, that would be an interesting trade-off. That would keep the importance of pre-war stuff, you know, back all the glass work that will have been made in the industrial pipelines of the old world. There would still be great value to that, but there would be alternatives that we could come up with ourselves to at least have a glass windshield in front of us, keep the zombies out for the first few hits. and I'm thinking about like if a windshield that was made of, you know, the glass that we can make ourselves were to shatter while we're in the vehicle, that's an injury with glass shards, is what that is right there. Probably a serious injury. I've only ever had that like once or twice. I think Nora had that because we took a rather serious collision and lost a windshield. That was how I found out that forceps are enough to remove glass shards. So tweezers are actually not necessary. That was something that I would have been happier never having to learn, but yeah. As somebody who has had to remove a microscopic piece of glass from his own foot in real life, believe me when I say that trying to do that with forceps would not have been possible. I had to use not only tweezers, but a scalpel, because the shard was so small, and it had gotten its way into a bit of skin that was so thick, and, I mean, you know, my foot's a little bit calloused, most people are, but I had to literally cut it out. And that would be an interesting use for a scalpel in this game. Don't give the devs any ideas, though, please. I'm just going to eval some targets before we unload. That is what I expected to see. Looks intimidating, but when you consider the fence up there, splitting them in half, the ones in the parking lot are the ones that we have to worry about. Everybody else is more or less not a shooting gallery, because the cars will intercept our bullets. So we have to be careful about the shooting gallery part of this equation. But otherwise, about the ones that are going to come around, let me get a view of the other side of this here. Yes, KTO says it as it is. That would be the best way to start out here. Is to just let us do what's already in the game. Yeah. So those these little guardhouses here are actually going to be a bit of a bothersome. Otherwise, we've got a nice wide open shooting area here. Okay. We're ready. I'm going to focus as much as I can on mediums and fasts first. But eventually the slows will body block for the fasts, and I'll have to nail everybody. Not bad at all. I expected a little worse for the opener here. Having been here on Annie. Yeah. Now, we over-prepared on Annie, but it was still definitely a fight. Alright, now about that shooting gallery. I have been absolutely blowing through my 7.62. So if I can use a different caliber, I would like to. I basically designated 762 as almost forever being the long-range platform. I'll never load up like an M1A and use it for medium-range shooting. 762 is my designated long-range. This 556 that goes in this M16 can also get shot through an MSR 700. But I do find a great niche for, I mean, now that the M16 can take a 4x scope. I actually need to fall back a little bit. Should never take 4 shots to kill somebody with an M16. I'm just going to revolver the rest of these guys. Music woke up. Oh shit. I thought I had gotten everybody behind me. Do not ever let that get stuck in your head. And I actually ran out of 357. That's not good. I should have ammo checked it. I've not been using 357 enough, so it has actually been escaping my eyesight. 2 boxes is a full bandolier. I love that fast one. He just ran right past me. I'm gonna actually pick up the shotgun. I see a possibility of it being good here. Great, where did I drop it? Don't do that. Don't go dropping your shotgun. Fuck. Okay, I need to not do that as often. There it is. God, I love the shotgun. As long as I can nail those multi-hits. Easily the best weapon in the game. Oh, fatigue kicked in. I didn't even notice. I think we're out of shells. We're going to go ahead and put the shotgun away. I don't think it's necessary to do a coffee. As much as I would like to keep going just to make good of the weather, we're going to lose daylight soon. The days of summer providing us extended daylight are definitely behind us now. It's September 6th at the moment. So the days are slowly getting shorter. So what are we fighting towards? I didn't articulate this earlier. Chapel Mount Downs, the place where we're fighting, is a horse racing track. Horse racing with riders. So the riders, the jockeys, have these helmets called jockey helmets. They are best in slot for the head protection. There is no competition for that whatsoever in this game right now. And I don't even know if this is intentional. But the current build of the game, a jockey helmet. They come in 6 colors. A jockey helmet is the best helmet you'll ever wear. It is 60 bite, 80 scratch, and it provides no downsides except for a little bit of discomfort. Any other platform in this game that gives you that level of protection, like the military helmet, which actually gives you that exact same level of protection, comes with vision and hearing impairment too, which is never a trade-off that I'll make. I will never trade any amount of hearing or vision for a fallback bite protection, because that's the whole point of armor, right? It's a fallback. If you are not able to see a zombie coming, a 10% chance to improve your success from a bite is not going to help you much. Because the moment you've not seen a zombie coming is the moment you made a much, much, much bigger mistake. That is my outlook. The number of zombies that are inside the parking lot here are actually small enough that I don't mind running around and point blanking them. I think fatigue is not going to hurt you much with point blanking. But of course, all that yap that I just gave about hearing and vision impairment, your vision does go down as you continue to get fatigued. Like, fatigue is a factor on top of losing light, so at least I am not accepting an active all the time debuff while I'm wearing that thing. Hey, look at this! There's a LV airport shuttle that we don't have to go to the airport to get. That's neat. I wonder, that probably happens randomly throughout Louisville, is you'll get one of the vehicles from the airport show up. For some reason, I suspect that that is not going to apply to the catering vans, because those would be way too useful. Probably also won't apply to the airport security trucks, which are really cool looking. I really like the airport security trucks. Yellow light bar, gray canvas, red and blue stripes. Yeah, you know, to be entirely honest, that sounds like something the devs might do in King. The devs might implement ear ringing. I was kind of curious to see how far we can get through this parking lot, but at this point we're not shooting stragglers. We're just bringing more to the party. I'll try to stand my ground here and just see if I... after what's going on in the south over there, probably not. Also, yet to be known number of them are finding their way around the fence. Okay, yeah, we're out of here. I only have 2 hours left before bedtime anyway. See if I need any more ammo in the trunk here. I could probably use a carton of 357. I'm going to put a carton of 556 into my backpack, and we'll use that overnight to reload one of my, Am I going insane, or was there a meta event to the right? It sounded like there was one, but it sounded really quiet. In any case, kind of canceled what I was thinking about there. We're going to reload a set of M16 magazines. Black camo van would have any loose. Sweet. M16 is now loaded completely, getting put away. You know, okay, so I've been carrying around my carbine still for a while. I feel like the niche use case for the carbine now, despite having all of my other loadouts for everything else, the carbine, I love the gun, it's a great gun, but I want to kind of ease my consumption of 357, because there is a universe in which I could blow all of my 357, and yeah, I don't want to do that. But what I think I'm going to do with the carbine now is those situations where I was just in, where we've got a lot of zombies slapping a fence, and we're just kind of, target shooting, but there's also obstruction, so we can't just shoot the fence from a distance. Even if we can shoot the fence from a distance, we're getting to that point where I don't want to be just, shooting 762 that I don't have to. I would like to keep my 762 for targets that will get to me within a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to targets that are just stuck somewhere. So the L92 carbine here is probably going to come out whenever we need to target zombies on fences, because basically the L92 carbine is just it's like a revolver but with a longer magazine, or not magazine, but just it shoots the 357 Magnum rounds, but it has it's got 10 shots in it, and all the other stats are pretty close to the revolver, except it goes longer distance too. So basically, it's just a way of doing what I just did with the revolver at a slightly longer distance. It's always had that niche case, but now it has a little bit more of a... Now, okay, so one factor of consideration is the only attachment you can put on an L92 carbine is ammo straps. I have only 2 ammo straps. On 700 hours on this character, or however many 100 hours, probably 6 or 700 something, I have only found 2 ammo straps because there's something wrong with their spawns right now. I would say it's almost a reasonable expectation at this point that if you don't get extremely lucky and get struck by lightning, you're not going to find any ammo straps on the current build of the game. I believe our ratio was 8 M16 magazines for a carton of 556. So in addition to the one that's in my backpack now, there is 8 magazines. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get our first sleep and we'll spend the night reloading mags. We're getting very close, boys. Look at my skills right now. We are long blade 6,897 out of 9,000 experience. So we're closer now than I have ever been to getting long blade level 10. It's a matter of time at this point. And aiming, man, we are really close. At some point very soon here, we'll get aiming level 8. And then we got the book to read. Now, I have been aiming level 10 before. Aiming Volume 5 has been a book that has always been a little difficult to find, but I have eventually found. I have never had too many hard complaints about aiming Volume 5, because I've always eventually found it. Longblade 5 has not been this high. Longblade 5 is, ugh. That's all I can say about that. I know now that I found it on this character, I found 3 copies. That probably means my next 3 characters will never find a single copy of it. That's probably... It just kind of feels like that's how the cosmic luck is going to play out here. Alright, so we are unpacking all of the boxes from this carton. And now we are loading 8 magazines of M16. There's no reason why we couldn't do that. Yes, there is. These 8 magazines weigh 10 encumbrance. That is a very interesting. That's a very interesting loss of encumbrance efficiency. So, from a carton that weighs 5.0 encumbrance to 8 full magazines, factoring in the dry weight of the magazines themselves. That is a total of 10, basically we're doubling the encumbrance of the bullets now by shoving them into magazines. It's not that I didn't expect that, but that's a rather clean number. I expected something messy, especially when you've got a magazine that each individual magazine weighs 1.25 encumbrance. Anytime I see increments of 0.5 in my encumbrance totals, my brain starts to shut down. I can just barely handle decimals. Centimals, no, fuck off, please. I'm okay with the math in this game sometimes, but it gets to me after that point. There's a reason that I never went into any sort of hard science field as anything other than a casual observer. And that is because I inherited only a chunk of my granddad's brain. I did not inherit the entire thing. Quite a bit of my brain has been diluted by the other side of my family tree. But that's also where the creative side comes from, so I'm not even mad about that. My granddad on my mom's side is often the guy that I like to credit with, well, it's where I got my height. I'm 6'4", I'm almost half a foot taller than my dad, and that is because my brother and I got that from my granddad on my mom's side. But I think it was my dad's side that I got some of my creative skills from. Because almost nobody on my mom's side of the family has any real, any sort of, what's the right word, artful hobbies. And they have hobbies, of course, plenty of, and nothing against any of them personally, but They're not very creative people. My dad's side of the family, plenty of artistic-related hobbies. Probably would be more if there wasn't as much alcoholism. But we're not going to talk about that. Next character, Abby Normal. Well, okay, so Gretchen the Loot Goblin was an idea that I had. Now, I don't know if I would do Gretchen Loot Goblin during an unstable beta, because loot goblins, by their very nature, must loot everything, and looting everything means that you are going to take forever to clear an area. And when you take forever to clear an area, that exponentially increases your save of, or your chances of your save breaking before you can accomplish anything that you'd like to accomplish with that character. I don't know how I feel about that. Because, I mean, obviously saves are going to get broken. B42 is the only thing that we can play right now. Unless we want to play something that will never change, which that's not really what I'm into right now. I could not play with this much longevity to it. I could not play B41 with this much longevity. Even with all the mods in the world. Okay, so these rain barrels are actually full. So it actually makes perfect sense for me to use a little bit of them. I have been meaning to get a what's it called? Washing machine. I've got a spot for it already. I've got the rain barrels already put in. I just haven't found a laundromat, and I also have not been proactive enough to try to find a washing machine in a house. Got to do that. On the subject of family and genetics, I was thinking about where I got my height from, right? Because there's not a lot of tall people in my family. It's only really my granddad on the mom's side, my brother, and I. We are all just the tallest people in both sides of our family. And I started thinking about, I mean, I've always thought about that, like, you know, why is it just me and my brother and then my granddad that are just absolute fucking giants? And I believe height, it's not all X-linked, but it is definitely a factor. The X chromosome carries certain select things that are only going to manifest in a male or a female. In this case, as a guy, I manifested a little bit more height. But how exactly did I get my granddad's X chromosome when none of my other cousins did? Well, my granddad on my mom's side had only one daughter. That would be my mom. Everybody else, where all of my biological cousins come from on that side of the family, all of them were born to a. They all kind of were connected to me through their dads. So, and without getting too deep into the weeds on evolutionary biology, the long story on that is the X chromosome can only be passed down. When you're a guy, you pass down your mother's X chromosome. So basically, everybody on all of my cousins on my mom's side of the family have my grandmother's X chromosome as opposed to my grandfather's X chromosome, which is why none of them have the height that my brother and I do. You know what? I was thinking about getting out and doing some fighting on foot. This fog is really thick. It's really thick. But I was thinking about that in terms of what would it take to actually propagate my grandfather's X chromosome forward. It's possible, but the only way it could happen is if me or my brother were to have a daughter. And even then it would be a 50-50 chance. Nature is really freaking wild how that works. When a woman is born, she has two X chromosomes. Which one of those X chromosomes does she pass to her children? It's actually random. It's whichever one gets lionized. So my brother and I could both end up having daughters someday, but those daughters might lionize the X chromosome from whoever we choose to have children with. In which case, that would be my grandfather's X chromosome would actually not get passed forward. And I actually find that to be somewhat bad. Like, that's not a good thing. I think there should be more tall people out there. Height, is a very powerful thing. It's, I cannot help but glaze it. Alright, we need to go get some food here. Hopefully these last two salads won't go bad. They've been out for a few days. We had to make them when we did so that the rabbit meat wouldn't go too bad. There's actually a different content creator here on YouTube that got me thinking about that originally a long time ago. The whole concept of genetics and which specific parts of them get passed down. It was some kind of a weirdo kind of political commentator, Short Fat Otaku. It's very, very complicated to describe what kind of politics he does. He's all over the place, mostly on the left these days. But what he was talking about specifically is his decision not to have kids was, my brothers and cousins all have kids, and I'm like, okay, but those are like 25% of your genetics. What's being lost there? There's something being lost there if you choose. If you make that choice. And of course that's everybody's choice, you know, everybody has their own choices to make, whether they feel that the future is better served through their genes or their memes. Those are the two ways that humans survive death, is genes and memes. But I always felt like both is best, if you can actually make it happen. It's cool until you're right? Yeah. I have only ever met, I think 3 or 4 of my friends growing up. Out of like the hundreds of guys that I met while I was growing up, only 3 or 4 of them were actually taller than me. I didn't really articulate this, but I'm going to look for a washing machine in one of these 2-story houses. So I'm going to very carefully clear out any Zeds in this second one, and then we'll proceed through some of these first 2 houses. I'm pretty sure all these have washers and dryers. One of the things about my granddad on my mom's side is that I don't know, and this might require me to actually do proper genetic testing, which I haven't done. I don't know where his X came from. I do know where his Y line came from. Actually, I have my granddad's genealogy mapped, not by any genetic service, but just by a family oral tradition. I actually have him mapped all the way back to the 1700s. When one of his ancestors was a German mercenary who came to the United States during the Revolutionary War. Fought on behalf of the British, but when the British lost, he just stayed here and started a family, changed his name. It was a pretty based thing to do, all things considered. He didn't, he made the best of the L, as it were. But that's just one line of the family, right? The Y line, the men on that side of the family. And that isn't something that I can really make anything with, because I did not get his Y chromosome, so that is not something that I can pass forward. I would say they're eerie, but I'm desensitized to it. I've seen one too many foggy days in this game. One too many foggy days. It's both of my grandfathers on both sides of the family. We actually have very poor family history records with like a few exceptions. On my dad's side, my granddad on my dad's side, Marine Raider in World War II, Company 3C. He was, actually both of my grandfathers were orphans at one point. The circumstances were different, but they were both, at a certain point, I believe, they were raised outside of their immediate families. Hang on a second, you hear that? That's a lot over there. Yeah, I made a little bit too much noise next to that. Okay, now that's a little spooky. Yeah, that's a little spooky. I'm not going to engage any farther with that. But because of that, like, for example, my great-grandfather on my dad's side, we've got a name, and that's it. John Edwards. We don't even have his last name. I think it's the same surname as mine, but we don't even know that for sure. The last we heard of him was that he moved to Alaska, which is the opposite side of the country from where I am. We don't even have a. I mean, obviously he's got to be passed on. He'd be well over 100 now, but we don't have a grave. We don't have an obituary. We don't have anything. He just he's one of the ones who flew the coop really far. Ooh, very nice. You know, I really should consider that. I should consider planting a few vegetables myself. My apartment, despite being where it is, I do get somewhat decent sunlight on my porch in the mornings. So there might be something that I can grow that has slightly lower light requirements. But that requires the work of actually mapping out how long the daylight is going to last, and I have not done that work. Here is my washer and dryer. This is what I was looking for, separate ones. I knew that a lot of these houses would have combos, but I don't want a combo. I don't want a combo. I want separate and discrete units so I don't have to change them. I'm picky like that. Also, I would take a combo if I was doing a blue aesthetic for the kitchen, but I'm not. Combos only come in blue colors. I've also considered hydroponics, but that's very expensive. Also, I've heard, and I don't work close enough with state and local boys, I have heard that some state and local law enforcement agencies actually specifically look around for people, they'll like parse around for very large heat signatures in certain houses, and then if they see one, they'll start investigating as a potential, reefer grower or something like that. I've never had any intention of doing such a thing, but the notion that I could possibly be put on a list of naughty no-no people to look into. I'm the kind of person who prefers to be on as few lists as possible, of every kind of list imaginable. Because we're not in an era where lists are going to be abused directly against us, but we are in an era where lists are being made. And that's no good. Don't put yourself on lists. That phenomenon that I'm describing becomes a lot less relevant if you are a owner of a single family home, because it's usually not going to be somebody who responsibly owns a premises that is going to put themselves at the liability like that. It's usually going to be renters. So an apartment like mine, full of people who come from all sorts of walks of life. Yeah, I don't want to be doing that here. Wait a minute, I think I got these backwards. Yep, I got these backwards. The washing machine should have gone on this side. Oops. Not a big Santa guy. Ho, ho, ho. Who wouldn't know? Up on the rooftop. Click, click, click. All right, and now I already had the pipe wrench waiting. Like, literally, that's all I had to do. Pipe wrench is waiting for me. Boys, we got a washing machine. You know, I've always wished that... So, from a washing machine, you can hit right-click and then fill, and you can fill containers using the water from the washing machine's line. But that doesn't show you how much water there is. If you want to see how much water is in a rain barrel that's directly connected, you can right-click on something like a sink and hit drink, and then it will actually show you how much is in the barrel that's currently connected. But I actually cannot... I want to say that it's full, but I don't know that. I'm just going to assume it is. Is the fog... Hey, look at that! Perfect timing, the fog's gone. Alright, that means we spent exactly the correct amount of time on that project. And I didn't even waste too much time with the yap. I would be very interested to see if I can, if I could get, I could definitely get aiming level 8 today. If I put my mind to it, I can accomplish anything. It's like Doc always says. All right, we're good on 357. There's our 762. We only need like 4 reloads tops for the M16. And weapons onto the back. Weapons into the hands. And today we are going to do full armor. Because that's going to increase the weight on me, I need to lose a little bit more stuff here. Beautiful. Ambient carry weight is 24. I need to bring that down a tad if I want to be able to finish that thought in just a moment here. We're going to swap to water bags. That took a slight edge off. You know, I feel like what I should do, and I don't have the ability to do this just yet, but what I would like to do is have have 2 satchels in the trunk of the heavy combat vehicle. And in one satchel is my usual kit. In the other satchel is completely empty. Because then I don't have to worry about swapping water bottles. I mean, hell, maybe I'll put a canteen. I haven't even looked at the new canteens yet. I think they're up to 900 milliliters. Canteens can go on your webbing slot. Hey, how do you dye clothes? You need industrial clothing dye. If you found dye, then you got the crafting menu. Go do a search for dye, and then, well, first of all, you got to make sure it's the one of the clothing that is in the options here. So you click on visor or the crafting menu on the right side there, and make sure that it is what you're trying to dye is one of these options. Then you just need 200 milliliters of dye and 10 liters of water. So I usually just do a bucket of rainwater and some dye that I've mixed up, and then a specific clothing item that I've been thinking about. Okay, we've got them all over the place here. They seem to have kind of distributed all over the place after the discharging completed the other day. I think I'm going to take care of them over here-ish. I'd like to have as few trees messing with me as possible. Let me just deal with these guys down here slightly more quietly. No big discharges until we've wiped these guys out, because otherwise they'll flank us and they'll come at us through trees and it'll be annoying. Definitely let me know how it works, because the dyeing process can be interesting. I have, in the past, I've had at least one piece of clothing that I dyed on one of my characters that ended up, the color reset after I closed and reopened the game. I haven't had that happen on the latest patch, so maybe Maybe that was a temporary problem. Otherwise, it seemed to have mostly worked as intended. What I would like to say is that generally the color that you're going to get on the piece of clothing is going to be darker visually than what the liquid actually looks like in the transfer liquids menu. So if you look at the transfer liquids menu and you find a color you like, I would generally assume that it's going to end up being just slightly darker. If for no other reason, the fact that most pieces of clothing that can be dyed, they are alpha-based textures. So the darks and the lights, basically everything that's white on that piece of clothing will turn to be the color that you expect, but only if it's a perfect white, if that makes sense. If it is ever so slightly darker than white, then it will be ever so slightly darker than the color you've selected, which can lead to certain clothing items being a lot darker than one might expect. I don't think we had that problem with my jacket. For like the first some number of parts on this character's journey, we ended up with an orange jacket, and I really liked it, but it is way too hot now, and it will continue to be way too hot until a certain unknown point in the future. You know, we can just barely not overheat at the moment. It's September at the moment. Alright, this seems like a lot. I think we can handle it. Alright, there's a few very long distance targets, otherwise the foot mobiles that were in the main area here are mostly dealt with. So I think I'm about to execute my carbine strategy that I was talking about before, but I'm going to be putting in my half-mask respirator at the moment, because it is quite stinky here. So I'll need to carbine into my hands. We're going to try it without the ammo straps. I feel like, I mean, reloading is not going to be as big of a deal if we're just shooting targets that can't get to us. I can afford to be a little bit more patient. Man, that is an order of magnitude difference. That is actually crazy. I remember this thing reloading like, well, like the bolt action rifle currently does. Fucking rare at me like that. We do not rare on this channel. That one was stuck inside of a tree through the fence. Still going to be plenty up here. That's perfectly okay. I'd prefer to bring them further down. See if this thing has a battery in it. It does not. It is full of perfect seats, though. That is actually amazing. Great performance tires. I don't even need to see the rest. Say no more, fam. We're going to be taking this shuttle home with us. Just because of the seats, more than anything. So. Chances of actually finding something with a battery in it are pretty slim. I think I got this. Yep, we're good. Always sharpen your swords, folks. Okay, I have to step away real quick. I hear hydraulics. I do not like hearing hydraulics. Alright, so I've returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Whenever I'm a weird paranoid guy. I always, when I hear loud hydraulic noises coupled with loud engine noises, I feel compelled to check out my window and make sure it's not somebody getting towed, because that somebody could be me. I've been towed rather unfairly in this apartment community once, and if it happens to me, then it can absolutely happen to my neighbors. If I saw Battlefield towing out there right now trying to tow somebody's car, I would go sit on the fucking hood. I'd go sit on the fucking hood until the owner of the car came outside and did something else with it. Because that's what I wish somebody would do for me. So, most I could ever do is hope to pay it forward. Because unless it is a wrecked vehicle, it doesn't need to be towed from this lot. Everybody here has stickers on their vehicles. The leasing office of this community, who doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground, has a horrific tendency to just let the towing company they contract with do whatever the fuck they want. And that's not good. Towing companies, I think I said this a few times, but towing companies are like, they're like pit bulls. Used correctly and raised properly and, you know, controlled, kept on a leash, they're perfectly fine. You get an irresponsible person who doesn't do what needs to be done to make sure that they're safe, and they are extremely dangerous to everybody around them. And unfortunately, the way my apartment community works with Battlefield Towing, they're like fucking pit bulls off a leash, run around biting everybody. And unfortunately, in this case, when the dog bites somebody, you can't do much about it. Okay. Something really stupid happened with the M16 just now. It jammed twice in a row. That feels like lightning right there. It's probably a garbage truck that I keep hearing. Yeah. So the hydraulics is one noise to listen for, because obviously, you know, the heavy-duty vehicle with hydraulic, you know, little presses they got to lift vehicles with. If you hear chains in addition to that, then stop what you're doing and check to see if it's you getting towed. That's all I can say. That being said, the chains have a tendency to get attached last sometimes, so. I have actually witnessed a car being towed for a perfectly legitimate reason. The last time I went to Snowshoe, which is my favorite place to go skiing, or snowboarding rather, I'm a snowboarder, it is a ski resort though. The last time my buddy and I went up there, my buddy had never, he owns a diesel vehicle, but he has also always owned a heated garage, and therefore he actually had no idea, neither did I of course, that you don't want to park a diesel vehicle outdoors in negative temperatures unless you have prepared the vehicle for that. Your diesel fuel will turn into gel, and suddenly your engine will be trying to process gel instead of liquid gasoline, and that's not good. That caused a very interesting situation, because the easy way to cure it, of course, is to just warm things up. And Snowshoe Mountain is very cold. Very, very cold. The amount of times it gets above zero in the middle of winter is doesn't happen very often. Definitely not long enough for diesel fuel to ungel. And because of that, we had to have our car towed a very long way. So I actually got to sit around and watch a tow truck hook up the vehicle from directly in front of me. It was interesting. I want to be using this magazine that I ejected early. There we go. Much better. Okay. Magazine sorted out. That canceled my thoughts for a second there. Okay, the closer we get in this direction, the more we're going to be peeling from the actual, like, Fairfield and stands and whatnot out there. It's getting closer to the point where it is sensible to go ahead and pull out the rifle again, the long distance one. Now, one of the things that I probably should keep in mind that would quell my paranoid tendencies is that Battlefield Towing, in all 3 of the times my car has been towed, I've lived here for almost a decade, only 3 towing, so not quite that bad, but still. It's bad. Every single time, it's disappeared in the middle of the night. Later than midnight. So my fantasy of being able to actually assist one of my neighbors or myself by simply just going out there and sitting on a hood is probably never going to come real, because the problem always seems to occur when intervention of such a sort is the least likely to happen. I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why those fucking cowards only have the balls to come out and do their shit when everybody in the working class has to be asleep because they actually have jobs. Me, of course, I do have a job, but I'm guilty as charged of staying up really late. Not that far past midnight, though. Very rarely do I do that these days. At least I try to. My day job is supposed to have me up at 5 a.m. And although I very often wake up and just zombie my way through the early mornings, no, I really should be getting to bed a lot earlier than that. Can't imagine what it would be like if I was still in the blue-collar workforce. I would have even less of a chance. It's not like I'm entirely opposed to, you know, the concept of towing vehicles off of lots if they're owned by somebody who lives there. I mean, I am very sympathetic to the notion of somebody who's, you know, paying to live there, but they've got a car that's, like, completely inoperable, you know, up on shocks or some shit. Okay, sure, yeah, I understand that. When it's because some fucking stickers from the DMV have expired, you're not the fucking DMV. Why is that any of your goddamn business? I never got a solid answer to that. I straight up asked the leasing office, and they're like, oh no, it's just our policy, it's our policy. Like, bitch, you have to enforce the policy, but you can't even explain it. Nickel every time that happened anywhere in life. I personally will never enforce a policy without being able to explain why it exists. If a user asks me, and my day job is IT related, so if a user asks me why they can't just plug some flash drive they got off of Amazon, they can't plug that into their work computer without setting off alarms and having to call us to get things sorted out, I can explain it to them. You shouldn't be buying random slop off of Amazon and plugging it into a United States government computer. Don't do that. It's not good. And I try to make sure that my team can, you know, everybody on my team can at least articulate that. But man, the amount of times that doesn't happen in other fields is really embarrassing. Like, no, just don't do it because we said. Like, you know, maybe that works for some people, that doesn't work for me. That stupid line from The Matrix where that one of the counselors was like, comprehension is not a prerequisite of cooperation, or whatever the fuck he said. It was just really, really boomer line right there. Fucking boomer-ass line. No, if you want people to actually comply with rules and regs, you have to actually make it so that it's understandable. If you don't, then you're not enforcing the policy, you're just responding to violations. And those are two very different things. Brad FX, how you doing? I am yapping as we snipe an entire parking lot out of existence, as we tend to do here. We're actually, we've got good weather after some fog recently, so I'm taking full advantage. Who knows when the next deluge and or fog spam will arrive. But yeah, I just had a paranoid moment where I thought a car was being towed. I started yapping about all that nonsense. See, I would understand completely, to be honest, if it was a case of the Virginia State Police going to my apartment community managers and just being like, hey, if we see this many cars with expired tags on your lot, you'll face certain consequences. I could see them doing that, but I don't think that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. For some reason, I suspect that they're not just doing it out of the goodness of their heart. I don't think my community managers are just trying to be responsible citizens. No, I think there's some sort of incentive structure in there. And Virginia is one hell of a cesspool of incentive structures, I'll tell you what. the county I live in, Loudoun County, is one of the wealthiest on the planet, actually. And as far as county, like, you know, provincial subdivisions go, the wealthiest on the planet by average income. And that means that the people who collect the taxes here are very good at it. And what does that have to do with towing vehicles that have expired tags? Well, if I wanted to renew my registration on my car and, you know, make it so that the tags are not expired, I can't do that if I haven't paid my taxes. So there's this absolute fucking mindfuck of bad things that happen to you. Like, not just second order consequences, but third and fourth order consequences if you're a little bit late paying your county or your state taxes. Now, state taxes I've never been late on. I pay my state taxes. They yank it out of my paycheck like everybody else. But county taxes are a thing we have to worry about here. I'm sure that's probably a baffling concept to some people. But yes, we have a federal tax, we have a state tax, and then we have a county tax. And the county tax is actually better at enforcing it than the IRS is. Not even lying. The objective today, we are, in addition to the yap and the shooting of a bunch of zombies in this parking lot, what are we fighting towards? We're fighting towards Chapel Mount Downs. What is Chapel Mount Downs? It is a horse racing track. And that's important to me because there are... Hey, here he is! Here's one of them. Okay, so I'll illustrate to you very clearly exactly what is so important about this. I just got to kill this guy and take his hat, which suddenly I can't do. All right, give me a minute. And rushing in there just to grab something that I can get safer in a moment here. That I would like to show, because I talked about this, but I haven't actually had a chance to illustrate it yet. Kill him with a sword so we don't have to wait for the ragdoll bullshit. Jockey helmet number 2. Bite defense 70. Scratch defense 80. That is a plus 30 and a plus 20 to my current set. No insulation and no hearing or vision impairment. It is quite literally a superior headpiece to anything in the game, without exception. Fucking fantastic. I'm so glad to have it. Now, I don't like this color scheme too much, but I got one. There are 6, actually, and each of them are different colors, so we'll find more. I'm just glad to have actually how do I mix time with Project Zomboid while working. I talked about this a few times, but I'm always happy to talk about it. I have a job, a salaried job, where it's IT-centric. I manage a team of well, not manage, I'm just a team lead. That's manager's a separate thing. People who do IT stuff. And I'm a little bit back from the front lines, so I don't always have to interact directly with users. If I had to interact directly with users, then I would never have time for anything like this. The crux of it is all the tasks that they assign to me are things that I can finish in a few hours in the morning. So my shift starts at 5 a.m. and I'm usually done with everything by like 7 or 7:30, which is why I'm able to start streaming Zomboid around 8 or so. Now, of course, if anything comes across my work channel, my manager comes across, says, hey, I need some help with this, can you do this? Or if any of my teammates need help with something, I stop what I'm doing immediately and I go help them. But that doesn't happen very often because we run a pretty tight ship these days. So the success factor is one of the reasons I don't have to stop what I'm doing very often. I can just, screw around with Zomboid a lot during the day. But, of course, if that sounds like a thing that won't last forever, you're probably correct. Because if they find out that they could be assigning me more things, I'm talking about people above my own manager. My own manager is not the kind of guy who's just going to arbitrarily be like, hey, I've got more work, and this guy isn't working hard enough. Let's make sure he does more things. No. He'll do what he has to do, but he's not going to do that kind of shit, which I'm very lucky right there. But something I've a very hard-learned lesson in my line of work is don't ask for more work, because they'll give it to you. They'll give it to you, and they won't give you any more pay for it. So if I let anybody other than my, somebody above the chain, and my manager, be like, oh, we got this guy doing, he's got free time after 7 a.m. and he's not filling that with all these other tasks that are not actually relevant to his field. Why don't we just make him do stuff from other teams? I've seen it happen so many times in the past. They started doing it to me when I was on site a long time ago, and I was like, okay, so what you're doing is you're just punishing me for volunteering. And that's what I learned, don't volunteer. If somebody asks you to do something that's outside the realm of your current position, don't say no, just say how much. Thankfully, I haven't been able to put myself in that position for a while now, but that is how it will play out if I ever get asked to do additional tasks at this point. Now, of course, if it's my direct manager, if he asks me to do something, he says jump, I say how high, because I trust that guy. He's not just looking for busy work. If he needs something done, it's a, 7108 says, yep, that's a lot of that. Thankfully, my team is triage, so if a printer needs to be fixed and the software remote RDP stuff doesn't work, we'll kick a ticket out to the field teams who are actually on site, who can go up to the printer itself and screw with it and get it up and running. But if I was on site, in the past, they've tried to make me leave the bullpen and actually do things on site before. Back when I worked at the data center down the road that didn't close down yet. And that was interesting. It was fun. It was a rewarding experience. I've learned a bit of stuff. Didn't increase my pay though. It didn't increase my pay at all. And after a little while, I just kind of realized, okay, so they're getting more work out of me basically for free. Why am I doing that? And then I just stopped. I stopped asking for more tasks because why? I can't articulate it enough. The only question is why. I will happily do whatever my manager asks me to do because I trust him, and everybody else can get bent. I do not need somebody from above my manager being like, hey, we could use help over here. No, absolutely not. Unless it's a job offer. If it's a job offer, then we're talking about something completely different. But it's usually not a job offer. It's usually a offer to do more for nothing. That's usually what it is. And I noticed that. I started seeing, and I didn't even recognize it at the time, and this is one of the reasons I talk about this so often. I started seeing what I'm describing, just, mission creep in the employment field. I started seeing that when I was still in blue-collar work. Before I had no concept of this whatsoever, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'll definitely do more work because that makes me look like a good worker. Hell yeah, absolutely. So I was in my early 20s, don't judge me. I started noticing that, but it didn't quite register, right? It didn't really register that I was being a tool and I was being used like one. Don't do that to yourself. Don't be the tool, don't let them use you. Be an employee, be a team player. If they say jump and it's within your job description, say how high or just start jumping. If it is not in your job description, don't say no, just say how much. I cannot, my manager when I was in the Starbucks is the one who actually red-pilled me on that. And that's why I say it so often. If just one of the 24 people watching right now could actually make use of that life advice, then I have probably helped somebody. Even in a small way, because the boomers that raised me, my parents, I love them, they're good people. They started their careers in a very different world. In their world, being a good worker, like I described, that I was in my 20s, I was like, hey, give me some more work, I'll get it done, I'll be your guy. In my parents' day, that made you a valuable prospect. That helped you in the field of promotions. That's not how the world works anymore. There's one thing that helps you in promotions these days. Well, it depends, field specific, but very often it's just how many hours do you have on your resume? Or, I'm sorry, not hours, years in a field. How many years in a field? And if it's not enough, then try again next year. That's really all it is. And is it any wonder why enshittification is a thing? Like, should we be surprised about that? When that's the mentality that it seems to be happening in both white and blue collar fields? Things to think about. Enshittification is a long and arduous process. It does not begin or end with tech. Tech is just a field that has a tendency to move pretty quickly. Or at least it used to be. These days it's been slowing down a bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Tech has become bureaucratized to an extent that it never has been in the past. No, that's not a mod. We don't have any mods here. That is part of the erosion system. I don't know when you start seeing it, actually, but you do definitely start seeing it after the halfway point. Erosion now takes 200 days on vanilla settings, so you have to survive 200 days to see a maximum erosion. Maximum being all the potential cracks and grass in the concrete that could show up will have shown up by then. I think at least halfway through you start seeing it. Low condition vehicle parts into the dumpster. And this battery that I'm charging now is the one that we peeled off of the Louisville, what's it called? Louisville airport van, the shuttle. I'll spend the rest of the evening peeling broken parts off this van. I do want to get fixed up at some point. Anything that can be fixed with welding probably will be at this point. Probably. Things that are not welding, things that can't be fixed even with welding, probably going into the dumpster. I just found a van that has 6 perfect seats in it, so I will never have any use for these seats that are almost broken. If I was going to do vehicle work, I probably should have geared down and put the pools on. But, well, I've been known to err a little bit here and there. The Citrus Wave van is probably going to go ahead and receive medium quality parts here. Yeah, we're not going to put anything super cool into it. I'm struggling with the decision of whether I should just scrap the white step van here or not. Engine quality of 43 I really don't need. Not when okay, definitely not when we've got two of those beautiful KY Heralds step vans, which are in great condition. I think I have pajamas in the area. Pajamas are important because I would like to do a load of laundry here. In fact, I'm going to do a load of laundry with my heavy armor, because that could use a wash too. We found some coveralls at one point. That will be my pajamas for sure. Alright, first load of laundry with our new washing machine. Avert your eyes, YouTube. I can't show this in public. And the reason we have pajamas now is because we're not quite into the winter months yet, but it will get a little chilly overnight. Just chilly enough that it will be better to wear something. Because if we get cold during the night, we will get less effective sleep because of it. So this boiler suit is not from Jackie J. I would never take her clothes. We gave her a dignified burial. But we actually found these in a garbage can somewhere. And these are actually genuinely the same that she wears. The name, the in-game name, the internal name is boiler suit _yellow. So it can't just be a boiler suit with a random color that happens to look yellow, which is already pretty rare. No, it's got to be boiler suit _yellow. That is the only valid way to look just like Jackie. And I think it's prophetic that this one character here, that's the only character I've found a LBMW race car on, is also the only one who has found a copy of Jackie J's outfit. That is provincial right there. Very provincial. Maybe it's because I started wearing that LBMW hat early on. Maybe that gave me the luck that I needed. But I virtually have no need for these helmets anymore. Now that we have access to jockey helmets, perhaps I will put the riding helmets on a display stand somewhere. Now, in this universe, mold isn't a thing, so you don't really need to actually put your clothes in a dryer. I just like to. I just kind of like to. There are very niche select situations where your character will get extremely cold if you wear wet clothes, and that extreme cold could lead you to getting sick. And I think there are some passive debuffs to being cold. Maybe it increases tiredness. Maybe you get tired a little fast. I don't know. To be honest, I have no idea. I just know that anytime there's a negative Moodle, you can usually assume that there's going to be a few second-order side effects from it. It's very rare that there's a Moodle that is not doing more than what it says in the tooltip, is a better way to phrase that. A Moodle might say something in the tooltip about being unpleasantly hot. It's not going to tell you that it's causing you to get tired faster, and it's causing you to sweat, which means you're going to have to drink more often, which means you're going to need more water with you to get through the day. It doesn't tell you anything like that. Some of that makes sense. The sweat part makes sense. The tired part, I didn't know that being hot makes you tired faster. Maybe that's a real-world phenomenon. I don't spend very much time hot these days because usually if the temperature outside is that high, I'm just not going outside. It's been a very long time since I've willingly subjected myself to environmental heat. So I don't know if that's even a real thing, but it wouldn't surprise me. Fuck that. Oh, my homie's in Brazil. I am very sorry for your for the temperatures you got to live with. I'm very sorry for you, gentlemen, because that is not something I could personally survive in. My blood from the bottom up is built for northern climates. I was talking about my family history before. The closest thing that I have in my bloodline to something that is not from a population that has spent a very long time in northern climates. Probably the Apache on my dad's side. There's a very small amount of Apache blood on my dad's side. That is probably one of the only, like, what's the right way to phrase this? Geographically equatorial, or anywhere close to the equator. Pretty much everything else is some flavor of European. I mean, I'm definitely an Amerimutt. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Proud Amerimutt right here. But all sources of my muttness are very European. Polish, Irish are the big two. A little bit of British. An unknown amount of German, because we don't actually know whether the German mercenary who fought in the Revolutionary War that I was talking about earlier on my granddad's side and my mom's side, we don't actually know if he was from England or from Germany. It's possible that he actually was, like, his nickname at one point was English Bill. And that sounds, I'm going to be real with you guys, it sounds a little too on the nose. That sounds like the nickname you adopt for yourself when you're trying to reinforce something. And the fact that, you know, the oral lore says that he joined he decided to be, you know, settle down in America after losing the war. Probably would have been favored a little bit more if he was English as opposed to if he was German. But I have no idea. That's a little bit of speculation. I'm talking about shit that happened hundreds of years ago, so. Again, you don't... English Bill. That's so on the nose. That is so on the nose. That's like a... It's like a tip of the nose right there. Okay. Seats. Yeah, I'm gonna steal those too. I know we could do perfect seats if we wait for getting the van, but that's alright. I'm just gonna pull the undercarriage off here, toss that in the garbage, and we'll finish fixing this up after we get our second sleep. I'm also thinking that there's some venison in my future, because I'm getting tired of that thing. I can deal with a lot of stress noises in this game, but the cow was pushing it, and now the deer is also pushing it. At least the deer, I can't hear it from farther away. Alrighty. As much as I enjoy running around my base in pajamas, we've got our kit. So out there in the combat zone, we do have give me a second, I'll finish that thought. We do have another jockey helmet that is blue. I feel like I'm less likely to use that one. I wish I understood why sometimes I can just select everything and right-click and hit wear. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I have to do this nonsense where I put them on my knees individually. I don't understand the difference yet. That canceled my thought. But yeah, well, helmets. We have a red, we have a blue. I think there's a yellow. So we could have a yellow to match the coveralls. And I know there's an orange. There's an orange, but the orange is not my orange. If you're familiar with the deep lore here, we have a very specific color of orange. That is the correct color of orange, and everything else in my mind is not orange. It's just a imposter. FF6400 is the correct hex code of orange. Everything else is qualified orange. I'll give it that. Qualified orange. Now, something I want to make sure I don't do is accidentally put my unarmored gloves in with my armored gloves. I've wanted this laundry bag to be my pajama carrier, so I had to clear some stuff up there. So now whenever I want to put on my pajamas while we're doing laundry, all we got to do is go to the laundry bag that will be right next to the washing machine. Of course, I had to do a laundry bag because that's thematically appropriate. Now, when it comes to water, canteens have recently changed. They have been buffed. Canteens contain more water now than they used to. And I would like to try for my combat kit, or actually just for my general kit almost. I'm going to see how it feels to forego a knife on my webbing and put a canteen on it instead. Now that canteens are almost competitive with just 1 liter bottles, if you put a canteen on your webbing, it weighs less, a little bit less, like 70% of what it otherwise would. Unfortunately, I don't currently have any canteens with me. So what I think we're going to do this morning is roll down to the military checkpoint, which we have cleared. And we are going to take from one of those tents full of gear, we're going to take a, what's it called? One of the canteens that, see, it has to be a canteen that will have spawned in after 42.18, the latest patch. So that's the kicker right there. And I think we've got that. The military checkpoint here did not spawn in until then. So for the sake of having some gear to optimize our experiences, we go that way today. I'll be taking the Plonky Mobile, because maybe there will be some other things that I would like to have that I don't already have enough of, or maybe I just want more. Regardless, the Plonky truck will have all the room I need. You know what? I'm going to take a trailer too. Who knows? Maybe one of those vehicles that are at the boundary camp will have some good parts, and I'll take those too. What I'm going to do is leave these bags here that these belong to. These are welding bags, so I should have sorted this out a while ago. Sort this out before we leave. This needs 4 hinges, and then it is a complete gate bag, capable of constructing one of these things anytime I choose. Very useful for quick base putting together. Otherwise, overflow welding crap can go on the floor with those garbage bags there. It always seems like no matter how many surplus materials I get in the welding category, it always feels like I'm short on something. And in this case, it's scrap metal, because we have found so many other things, but not enough scrap metal. But that's okay. We're going to be fine. The equipment that I have on me is enough to fight a rather serious engagement. Yeah, we've got a good sword, good shetty, about a little over 100 shots of handgun ammo. We're good. I do not expect serious resistance at the military checkpoint, but I would like to be able to handle any odd amount of migrations that may show up. This is also just a way to stress test whether 31 West is as clear as I feel like it is. some of the corpses that are littering it might already be in the process of clearing up. Now, I was thinking about taking my heavy armor off before I left, and the truth is I actually forgot about that, but I'm going to continue wearing it, because it is always possible that as we go into those tents at the checkpoint, we go into those tents, there could be any number of assholes just hiding around corners. I'm not interested in dealing with that kind of thing without armor right now. Oh, look at that! I was talking about decay. The corpses just decayed before our very eyes there. Great. At least this means I'm not obligated to fill everything up at the military checkpoint. On my way back, we could probably stop again by maybe Mash and Fatco and see if there's anything to grab there. I do remember that we staged several red generators for pickup. So the boundary camp out here has got a lot of red generators and floodlights just chilling out there. The Kentucky boys were having a bit of a yard party while they were waiting for the military to clear up with whatever was going on here. Unfortunately, that didn't go very well for them. But it resulted in some generators laying around for us. I'm here for it. Thank you, unnamed Kentucky guy. Now, every time I see one of these red generators, what I'm really seeing at this point is another gas station in Louisville with set it and forget it. Also, propane is nice. Even if only one torch is worth. Can't expect too much after an entire year of not being treated. Even the slightest gap in that O-ring is going to make it leak. Are these actually functional? Nope. These are not functional, they do nothing. Perhaps someday they'll be valid fireplaces. Today is not that day. So one more floodlight, and the trunk will be pretty full, or the trailer will be pretty full. But I don't, there's one up there, okay. So I'm going to toss the floodlight over here on the left into the trailer, and then we can drop the trailer and pick it up on our way back. And we'll still have 5 encumbrance left after that, so... hey, look, a radio. I'm always down for premium tech. Ah, this is not a premium tech radio. This is a Premium Technologies custom name is what this is. Boundary Camp is full of these, where they don't actually count as real radios. And all you can do with them is right-click on them and disassemble. Is this one of the high-quality ones? Nah, this is the low-quality one. Doesn't look any different from the high qualities. This step van should actually have a field kit with a sledgehammer in it, but it does not, regrettably. As much as I like to glaze my preparation of armor trade-offs here, the shirts are not helping. If I take those off for the moment, we'll be losing, or we'll be cooking ourselves a lot less. That propane tank has a little more juice in it. I'm probably just going to use the remaining space in the trailer for a battery. That would be a perfect fit. It doesn't have to be charged, but I would like to take a perfect one, assuming we can find one. I haven't been able to confirm this theory, but one theory that I had is that now that time has passed sufficiently before spawning these vehicles in by exploring the area, I feel like that increases the likelihood that we're going to run into things with mixed qualities of parts as opposed to some perfect parts in them. But I don't know. I don't know if that's an early game thing or not. So there's a few more cars back there, but they are all standard. Here's one sport. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have a spare sport engine yet. Shit, this thing's good, full of good parts. All those good parts in there would be a lot better off in a whatchamacallit, West Point police mobile. Alright, trailer is 100% full. Come back and grab it on the way back. Now, a moratorium on floodlights until we've grabbed the gear that I want. Well, maybe what I'll do is I'll take the floodlights, I'll just leave them on the side of the road. And of course, we can't have this. There's a flag up there that I have not captured. We always capture the flag here. I can carry 3 floodlights at a time in my frame pack bag in my hand here. I'm enjoying it while it lasts because I'm pretty sure these are going to get nerfed soon, someday. If it's something I enjoy, I have to expect that it's going to get nerfed. So it's behind one of these nooks or crannies out here. That is why I came out here in full armor, because it's just not worth it. There could be a death asshole or just a zombie that didn't feel like moving behind any one of these corners. The initial spawn density definitely favored it. See? Told you. I have no idea where he was. Probably inside the tent, but... Asshole. For anybody joining, welcome. This is the military checkpoint on your way into Louisville. We cleared it a long time ago, but we never looted some of the lower priority things. Right now our target is specifically a canteen, but anything else we can get our hands on that may be useful. In this case, floodlights. There is many generators running at my base because I need to diversify the load on my freezers. And because of that, I have lots of room to put lights on different circuits. And I now can no longer pick up floodlights. That's fine. You know what I can do, though? I can pick up this generator. Even though my hands are incredibly full, you can always pick up a generator. In the future, that's probably going to force you to drop bags that are in your hands. But for the moment, it doesn't. And our goal with all that is just to leave it by the side of the road. Come back, pick it up, we got room for it. The canteen is for water. Right now, we've got weight issues. As you can see, we're currently at stage 1 encumbrance, but we don't have any of our heavy firearms on us. If we did, we would be at stage 2 without breaking a sweat. And what I'm trying to do is get around that. There are different ways of reducing your character's weight. Right now, what I'm focused on is reducing the weight of the water we're carrying around to keep hydrated with. As you can see, we've got a leather water bag. The dry weight of that is 0.03. Or, sorry, 0.3 encumbrance. That's what the bag weighs without any water in it. When it's full, it weighs 1.3. Alternatively, we can do a sports bottle that doesn't weigh, or that we can't equip anywhere. You can't put a water bottle on your person. That is 1.1 encumbrance when full. A canteen that has recently, the canteens all carry 900 milliliters now, so that's almost a full liter. Canteens can be equipped on your webbing slots. And I have been considering swapping my knife. The knife that's on my webbing slot, I'm not getting as much use out of it as we're definitely not Nora. I don't get unreasonably large amounts of short blade experience, so we're not going to be able to exploit that the way I used to. And I probably should have, I glossed over this, but the leather water bag can be worn on the chest. It's like a sling sort of thing, but that slot is blocked when you choose to wear a satchel, which is something that I want to do more often than not these days. So it's just sort of an optimization chase, but I need canteens available to me in my major bases. Fallis Lake has some, but that's all the way back there. I don't feel like going to Fallis Lake just for a canteen, and there's not too many other things that I would need from Fallis Lake if I was going to retroactively justify the trip. This would be the observation area here. We've got radios, ham radios of the military variety. Ham radios come in 3 sizes: makeshift, premium tech, and military. Military has the largest transmit range. So these are actually something that someday, when there's NPCs, you might actually be on the lookout for. Oh, look, we got some rain. No idea what that's going to be like. But yeah, since I'm here for a canteen, I'm just picking up some other stuff while we're here. Making a day out of it. $85 encumbrance of floodlights, and we're about to bring that up to how much is all this going to be? 60 actually. 45 and 60. That's well over 100. So we're looking at yeah, this is more than a trailer right here. This is 175. This is almost a full step van. This pile right here is probably not what we're going to bring back. I'm just mentally calculating what it would weigh if we went forward with it. So that would be 75 to 15, 90, 190 right here. And then with a second floodlight, one more floodlight, that would be 205. That would be 205. Okay. 208 is a perfect step then. Hotties, hell yeah. These officers know how to party. I read it for the articles, really. Okay, so here, damn it. Okay, so I was, fuck, okay. Damn it. This is a canteen, of course, that's what we're here for. I had hoped that it would be a canteen that had spawned in under the new rules. And so if it was, it would give us 900 milliliters instead of 500. But this is a 500 milliliter canteen. So that, I don't know if that's just because of this particular tent. It could just be this particular tent. Actually, all the tents on this side, because they will have been spawned in actually very early game. A little bit of deep lore on this character. In the early game, we actually came here to the military checkpoint, like in the first week. And I was mostly just doing it to explore Valley Station to see if the Valley Station drag strip had any race cars at it. It did not. But while we were here, we took a look at the checkpoint, and I noticed an opportunity, because I had a sledgehammer on me at the time. I noticed an opportunity to break down one of the holes in the fences here and nail a couple of zombies with military backpacks. So very early on, we managed to nail a few military backpacks from this little encounter here. But that cost us in the long term, because by doing that, these tents spawned in, and thereby they all spawned in on 42.16, I think it was, when we started this character. Yeah, we've updated to 17 and then 18. So probably all these tents. If it reached up as far as this one here, I'm willing to say that all these tents are probably old world tents that are not going to give us the new canteens that were buffed as of 42.18. Yep. So this one here as well is a 500 milliliter canteen. I'll take it just for the hell of it, but it's not going to have the same use that a 900 milliliter would. So we just got winded, and that's because we are so overloaded. I just wanted to add 2 floodlights over here, because then this, basically all the crap on the floor here, would be a full trunk of the step van. So that's 165 plus 40 for the generator, that's 205, perfect. So everything else that we pick up can either go directly into the trunk or into a separate pile. The tents up here should have no risk whatsoever of being spawned in on the older settings. At least that's what I want to say. Now that we've been back and forth up here once, I'm going to go ahead and take the heavy armor off. Heavy armor is part of the reason I'm getting tired. Discomfort reduces your stamina recovery by a notable factor. And we can't do much about the discomfort while we're sitting in the seat. I'm going to give her a quick break here. Okay, that fucked me up for a second there. Sorry about the jump scare. Tents are a little bit absurd with how loud they can get during the rain. Completely forgot about that. Ah, congrats. Snow is a milestone. The Island Z has got less resources overall, doesn't it? That was what I had gathered from what you had mentioned about it before. So winter could possibly be more threatening for you. Ooh, we got another copy of Hotties. The military knows where it's at. They know their magazines. Damn it. Okay, so even all the way up here. Even all the way up here, the canteens are still only 500 milliliters. There may be some survivor houses up here. In fact, I'm pretty sure there are some survivor houses up here that will have God, that is obnoxious. Completely cancels my thoughts. Whenever I hear noises like this, it's not just the, you know, disrupting, yes, but also it means I have to listen much more carefully to know if there's anybody incoming. I can't hear footsteps anymore. I can't hear breathing anymore. I can't hear any of that shit. So, yeah, I'll be done here as soon as I can. Don't worry. Sorry. I came here to loot some godforsaken tents, so knowing my luck, that's exactly when a fucking rainstorm would come along. I feel like it's getting louder too. I just keep feeling as if if we get far enough back, maybe the next tent is gonna have some buffed options. Well, Louisville will be a fight, but it might be worth it. No? Okay, so all the way back here. All the way back here, we're still getting canteens with only 500, so there are no, there was never anything for us here. Oh, that's a zombie on the other side of that fence up there. I don't care about that. I swear I swear that I saw a canteen of the new variety somewhere. If I did, I don't know where it ended up. And I regret everything about that. It may have actually made its way to Jericho, and that's the saddest part. But I did a parsing and I couldn't find it, so I cannot guarantee that it's even there. I have no idea what that could be a key to. It says residence, but this is a army sleeping house for the general, most likely. I think that's probably all the generators and floodlights out of the field here. And that was something that I wanted to do while we were here. So that part is accomplished. So we got about 85 here. Low priority military gear can also get left here. About 100 encumbrance on the floor. So we found all kinds of keys. Several keys labeled Army, and then a key labeled Residence that was inside the General's office. And still nothing that actually unlocks the security doors over here. So I don't know if such a key would even exist. It may be like an astronomical chance that requires a zombie to spawn initially in or around that security building, which I don't even know if that ever happened. Plenty of zombies made their way around it, but clearly none of them spawned inside of it. Regrettable. That means only breaking one of those security doors would actually get us in. These security doors would actually be some of the most valuable assets in the game for building any sort of base or turning anything into a base for extinction mode. And this is more of an indictment of extinction mode than anything, but extinction mode, zombies can open doors. So locks are actually extremely important. And the only, and I mean the only, doors that automatically lock themselves after closing and opening are these fucking security doors here. Because these security doors are just basically incapable of being permanently unlocked. Right, if you have the key, you can open and close it. If you don't have the key, then you're not getting in and out. You can't just unlock it and leave it unlocked. So if you ever want to just, you know, have a base and have it feel like it's not extinction, security doors right now are the only thing that can actually do it. And I've talked before about how I'll never play extinction mode. Mostly what that is a refusal to start a character from scratch and build them up. There's a possibility that I might screw around in extinction mode with, you know, maybe some debug settings, maybe continuing. I've floated the idea of continuing a previous save. I think it is still theoretically possible to migrate Nora's save. We panicked and decided not to when the devs said that we couldn't. But that ended up being over the Echo Creek bullshit, which has actually been fixed. Nora's Nightmares was the proposed title for that series. I can't rule it out. Might do it. It would just be a situation where I would convert the save, but instead of picking it up where I left off, it would be Nora would wake up one morning and extinction mode would be the new settings. So zombies everywhere that can suddenly unlock doors and sprinters among them. And the purpose would be to see that if even a late game character with all of the skills that Nora has and all the equipment, level 10 aiming, mountains of ammunition, could she handle extinction mode with a start like that? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I mean, checkmates are still possible, even in those circumstances. And that's one of the reasons I just don't want to engage with extinction mode, is because checkmates are almost not possible if you play the game safe enough in Apocalypse. They're almost not possible. Theoretically possible, but so astronomical that they're almost never going to happen. Extinction mode is, I mean, you know, what is it, 2% chance for sprinters? Basically all that needs to happen is enough of those 2% chance rolls need to pass, and 4 sprinters box you in from different directions, and there doesn't happen to be any low fences nearby. If anybody can get out of that, do let me know. Tell me how. If you can get out of that, 4 sprinters from different directions, or even just 3. Even 3. I mean, 4 was the number that I brought up because I have one of my viewers, Zacto, mentioned that he lost a extinction mode character that way. Yeah, I mean, if you can actually get out of a situation like that, even just 3, do tell me how. Because I've been playing this game for 3,200 hours. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm just not creative enough. Maybe sprinting away yourself. Sprinting away yourself and actually somehow losing the sprinters. But again, the assumption is that you can't use the environment. That's the assumption, because sometimes the environment is not going to save you. I've been playing this game long enough to tell you that there will be situations where you can't rely on the environment and you have to stand your ground. And if that happens in Apocalypse, that's no worries. We stand our ground, we do what we got to do. Or we turn around and walk away until we can do something else other than, you know, what we're trying to do at the time. But there's no turning around and walking away in extinction mode. If you got a sprinter on you, you're dealing with it, or you're probably dead. Yeah, as KTO just said too, can easily, I believe it. I've never tried because I don't engage with that. I've always been of the opinion that sprinters are not something that belongs in this game until the player character has movement-based options to get around them. That's what I always say, in case any of my viewers, current viewers, haven't heard the thing that I've bitched about one of them, probably the most often here. Among the most often, easily. Should have probably bagged some of this up, but most of this is stuff that I definitely want to take back with me. I did actually forget that there are weapons lockers at the top of each of these radio towers. That is something worth keeping in mind. Yeah, I mean, honestly, extinction mode is already sounds pretty cool without the sprinters. It does. If there were not sprinters, I probably would be playing it right now. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm just completely, you know, oh, I'm terrified of the sprinters. Dude, I play Darktide. I can handle sprinters. I can handle sprinters probably better than a lot of people watching right now could. It's not a skill issue. It is a, I've done this shit long enough to know what's going to happen eventually issue. When that comes, it's not a skill issue to have 3 or 4 sprinters coming at you from multiple angles. That's just something that Murphy's Law says is going to happen eventually, no matter what. Unless, I mean, no, there is no unless. If zombies can spawn around you, then it's possible it's going to happen eventually. It might not sound like a very high chance if you're, you know, 2%, whatever, 5%. I don't remember the exact number. But that's, even if you build your base out in the woods, far out in the woods, clear all the zombies out, that doesn't matter, respawns are enabled. You are not safe anywhere. And again, I've got precedent for this. I played with respawns on for probably well over 2,000 hours of my current total. I have no problem with respawns. I do find them really stupid and gamey, but I can deal with them. They're not going to be a guaranteed death sentence. I need to sleep once more. I think what I'm going to do is I want to hit that other tower because I forgot that there was weapons and ammo and stuff in the towers. So we're actually going to backtrack to the... I'm going to go ahead and sleep really quick so that I'm combat effective again. It'll be a little early for sleep, but it's whatever. We have a safe place to sleep in the base we established for hitting the checkpoint right around the corner here. So just a little secure cubby hole, basically. Behind multiple doors. Not even sleeping behind a window here. There's no windows in this particular lobby. So, yeah, we'll take off the... Heavy armor's already off. We just need to make sure we are not uncomfortable. We are not asleep. I don't use long blunt. Why? Why would I? Have you looked at the weapons page? Let me link it to you real quick. I actually still have it open, so I'll gladly... So what I'm linking in chat right here is just it's the weapon page on PZ Wiki. I want you to look very carefully at all the stats of the weapons, and then get back to me on whether axes or swords are better. You're free to look at long blunt, but you're wrong. I mean, just look at the damages, look at the crit rates, look at the crit multipliers, look at the exertion costs, and then look at the axes and the long blade and the I don't know if I think spears are situationally going to be always better than top tier long blunt. Top tier long blunt it's not the worst thing in the world, but short blunt, long blunt, short blade, a lot of those weapon types are okay, so everything except aiming. If you can start with a point in it, then it is probably a placeholder. Axes, if you have the axe pert. If you have the axe pert trait, if you're a lumberjack. I think axes can be best in slot, slightly better than swords, but I wouldn't know because I have never actually gotten to long blade 10, and I would be very curious. This character that I'm playing right now could get to long blade 10, and you take out the stairs in a house and build a sheet rope to get up and down. Yes, Richard, you are correct. That would be one way of dealing with it. Zombies do attack sheet ropes, and I would have to have a lot of sheet rope to feel comfortable with that. Basically, if zombies were to attack my sheet rope and, break one entrance, I would need to have, like, many fallback entrances, and then I would need to have many sheet rope available to replace them, and then I would need to pray that I would never just, accidentally have enough zombies to wipe out my, wipe out all of my sheet rope. I don't think that would ever happen if you make enough sufficient backup exits. But I was kind of baffled to see that zombies could attack sheet rope. That sounds weird to me, but it's something the devs of this game would definitely do. I'm specifically looking for scrap metal now. I completely forgot we had a bunch on the floor here. We harvested most everything else from these piles, but seeing as we've been at a loss of that lately. Yes, my character is indeed a woman. I have played enough video games where my character is a guy for the rest of my life. I find it interesting to play something that I'm not. Because I can tell you all kinds of things about being a guy. But I can't always tell you about being a woman because I ain't one. I mentioned this before, but I don't necessarily like... When I look at my characters in this game, I don't usually, like, put them into my... Like, I'm not first person, right? I'm not there. I'm not them. I kind of view myself as, like, a voice in their head, I guess you could say. Something discreet, but still very, like, part of them. I don't know what an acceptable number of scrap metal is, but I'm going hard with it because I'm sick of running out of welding stuff. I want to just be able to weld for a little while and stop worrying about material requirements. It is so fucking annoying to constantly run out of materials when you just... This is why carpentry is always going to be better than welding, because carpentry is just so much simpler. You got planks, you got nails, you can do it. Very, very few other requirements. Damn it. Don't double tap E now. I'm also gonna shove some of this scrap metal into the other seats really quick here. Or that works. Okay, seats are full. In a perfect world, I'll have everything I want loaded up, and we'll be back to base before it's second bedtime. I think we're well on our way for that. That's going to depend on what we find in the next security tower. See all the other useful stuff, the steel bars, the steel sheets. We made sure to loot all that. It just didn't really occur to me that something like scrap metal would become a problem. Brandenburg we cleared. We usually hit the Brandenburg military checkpoint within the first couple of weeks of the game. Brandenburg checkpoint's definitely easier than this one. And early game, you've got that massive farm field. The rest of Brandenburg is kind of standard. There's nothing overly special there. You get that parking lot in front of SS Delilah that's got all the sports car spawns in it. So you get a pretty decent chance at sports cars there. You got the ammo shop on the main street, not far from the police department. There is a tailoring shop in the mall. That is semi-unique. There's not every town has one of those. That might actually have enough materials in it to level tailoring with. That is not something I've tried to do. But if I didn't go through with growing flax to make a bunch of... basically have infinite threads so I can do whatever I want with it, then that would definitely be the second best thing that I could try. You're playing the odds if you want to level tailoring by doing it that way, because it's never guaranteed that you're going to come home with like 20 of those rolls of fabric. So we have a little bit of room left in the trunk, and a little bit of room left in our backpack. We're going to take a look at this guard tower, and whatever's in it, we'll fill up the current vehicle, and then we'll pick up the trailer, and then we're home. Now, I've got handbags. I'm considering my handbags. That hasn't left the consideration phase, though. Yeah, Richard, that is excessively annoying. I kind of crashed out about that when I discovered it. I think it might have been Ranzera who mentioned that. And I think he mentioned it like in a YouTube comment on one of my previous streams. And I read the comment, I was like, hold on, what the fuck? And then I tried it, and I realized, yeah, we're not getting experience for that anymore. So the early game meta of leaving clothes on the floor of specific types when you peel them off of zombies, that's not really applicable anymore. I don't want to say the devs just saw what we were doing and were like, no, that's too easy, stop doing that. No, stop it. Stop having fun. Stop that. That's kind of what I feel like the devs said. These guard towers are interesting. Yeah, let's just... There's another way in, but it's questionable as to what would happen. Because we'd have to crawl across the cabinets, and then we would be up against a wall. Alright, M16 without a magazine. 2 empty mags, that's nice. Couple of 9mm, couple 9mm mags, a little bit of ammo. I'm here for it. Anything I can shoot down range. Yeah, they want us to make something with tailoring. I can't wait for it to be the meta to make some garbage bag, make some fucking garbage bag clothing. I understand why they added that. I do. It's just, I feel like whoever added that was just like, yeah, let's give our players the real apocalypse feeling. The real apocalypse feeling. Walking around wearing trash bags. Yes. I don't know, guys. It doesn't do it for me. I can think of so many better things than... Now, of course, if we're talking about layers, like we're sewing our own clothing, sure, I could take some of the material from a garbage bag to layer it in between layers of other fabric. But to just make it entirely out of garbage bag? Like, really? Really? I mean, how long would anybody be wearing that if they made it? They would wear it for like 5 minutes until they finished leveling tailoring and getting to something better. At least that's what I feel like. I don't know. I'm just cynical. I don't really like stepping stone recipes. Unless they get me to the... If there's a stepping stone recipe, I'm just going to look at it for what the material expenditure is and compare that versus how much experience I get to see if there's something better. I guess that it's necessary in a game like this, but it's also just... Why not give me some more things that are an actual interesting decision even for the late game, right? At this point, who's going to be wearing garbage bag clothing as soon as they can make something out of leather, which is literally just a few levels away from tailoring? Who's going to bother making garbage bag clothing after that? Not me. Maybe some people really want to be a walking trash can. Unfortunately, I actually do understand the feeling. But no, it's just... It's silly. It's downright silly. Yes, you've got to be careful with stares. If you stare at somebody too long, they'll get angry at you, and it won't be a good look. I'm gonna take this other satellite dish. I can do it. I have the technology. I have to drop a couple of weapons, and then put the screwdriver back in primary, and now I'm below 30, I can pick it up. Sweet, okay. Now I just gotta put a frame pack in my offhand, and I can put both satellite dishes into the frame pack. B-E-A, beautiful. Armory is a strong word. There's a locker in there, and that's it. So now that my backpack is basically full, I mean, we can probably get the trunk filled up. Yeah, look at this. We got a full trunk here. Now, is it necessary to absolutely max myself out on the way back? No. Am I going to do it? Absolutely. That's not even a question. Or if it was, it would be a very silly question. I need to lose like 1 encumbrance here. That might not be enough. I need to lose like 0.3 now. How about I just leave that amplifier behind? Okay, now I can fit the floodlights into my backpack. And I'm still over encumbered to high hell, but we're out of here. Every single container we can possibly fill has been filled. And we will pick up nothing. There's nothing else we can pick up. You know, there's like I could put a frame pack in my main hand, but we're past the point of being able to do that and actually fit anything into it. And I'm stuck over 30. I'm not getting under 30, so I can't pick up any more satellite dishes. I can pick up a restricted area sign, so why the hell not? Otherwise, we're grabbing the trailer, and we are gone. I was considering vehicle parts while we were out here, but no. What the hell did I just... I think I bottomed out just now. Was that a trunk hit? No, we're good. I don't know what I hit, but the vehicle bottomed out because we turned too hard. Yeah, I guess don't do that. You want to see my stats? 15.4 thousand. 15,500. 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. The zombie kill count is something that people have a tendency to fawn over. I'm not. Zombies are just an environmental obstacle. If they're in my way, I kill them. But I'm not going to go out of my way looking for a fight that doesn't need to be fought. If I did, or if I was a masochist who played on high pop, then, yeah, we would have thousands of kills, tens of thousands. Also, the devs are nerfing Apocalypse, which are the default settings. It's wordplay. The devs are nerfing it. The number of zombies that spawn in the usual places for this character's playthrough vastly lessened. We got through Ekron Community College with like 5 or 6 zombies killed. Ekron Community College, if you're not familiar, is the second biggest book resource on the map. I expect there to be a small fight at least, but there was no fight at all for the previous character, or this one. And that is a disappointing trend. It's not like I'm asking for extreme challenges all the time, but specific objectives in this game should be very difficult. An entire college campus should be absolutely crawling with zombies. And yet, not in this universe, it seems. Maybe school wasn't... Maybe there were no semesters in the community college on July 9th, 1993. Maybe. I don't know. Our trait selection is very much a blank slate, if you're interested in that. The character build is just focused on boosting the fundamentals. We've got a 10 fitness and 10 strength build, and the only weapon skill we started with anything in is axe, a +1 to axe. So we used axes as our starter weapon, but soon enough we made it to long blade, and we haven't gone back. Now, this character does not have Axe Perch, which is the trait you get for being a lumberjack. So I will not be able to see what true peak axes feel like. But there is a possibility that this character will be able to get to level 10 axe and level 10 long blade at the same time, and therefore actually be able to compare them. No idea if that will happen, but if it does, it'll definitely be this character. Shut the engine off. There we go. Alright, second bedtime overdue. It is Project Zomboid, and it is the fall. Therefore, rain all the goddamn time. Rain, also known as no shooty juice. Lots of no shooty juice falling from the sky, telling us not to go shooting. So we won't. That's alright, we've already got one of the most important things I wanted out of Chapel Mount Down, which is the closest zombie-infested area. I might go back there today, even though it's raining, but that would be after I sort through my bags, and that is a bit of a colossal task. I shouldn't have left the trailer in here. I'm just going to grab the sports car really quick and bring the trailer outside. No. Okay, I'm not doing that. I theoretically could, but I'm not, because I remember what happened last time. We took off into orbit. Be very, very, very careful with trailers and race cars, and not hooking them up at a straight angle. You will go into orbit. Maybe that was just that particular animal trailer, but no, we've done some wacky stuff with regular trailers too. Even this might cause some physics interactions. Nah, we're good. The way things are going, we're going to have a massive influx of whatchamacallit generators. Red generators soon. I love having generators out in the parking lot, actually. It's necessary to position this one and then this one, these two. They're positioned where they are because of, I want to use separate generators to power some of the freezers. And so the only way to use separate generators is to space them out. And by spacing these out, we are able to illuminate pretty much our entire parking lot. And that's great. I'm here for it. I like being able to see. So this last one can go here. Yeah. Since I just measured that, I'll just leave a bag here for a sec. Get the last one. And that'll leave the trailer empty. I'm just going to put the SAC 18s in here. The trailer can be a SAC 18 carrier for now. At some point I'll want to do more gravel work, and that's what I'll need the SAC 18s for. The battery churn must continue. The chargings will continue until the power levels increase. I think that's all the bitch work I needed to do before getting the rest of this emptied out. We did pick up another set of floodlights. Yeah, we got a blind spot here. The blind spot over here might be out of range of all my generators. Emphasis on might. I think the one down here should have enough reach to maybe get somewhere like right here. Actually, what am I doing? I can put it in the animal yard and the light profit... Woman! This is not a gate. Thankfully that didn't hurt her. I think this will still propagate through the... Well, it doesn't matter. It's out of range. And that's how I caught the deer, by the way. Fences will make them make stupid decisions like running right past you. At that point, you just have to time it correctly. Have the pickup menu open and just wait to select it until it's really close to you. There we go. So, light propagation for that should go through the fence, and if it doesn't, maybe we'll replace it with wire. We'll see. I did not manage to get any... vehicular parts that I was hoping for. There is some good stuff out there at the checkpoint, but we'll have to do another trip to get more of that. At some point I'm going to need to get off my ass and actually establish some more storage. Right now I've got this wall, and I'm putting things on it. 9 out of 10 of these are just furniture, and that's okay. Furniture storage can and should be relegated to garbage tier storage systems, but we're going to need something more than that soon. About the scrap metal we picked up. Some of it can fit into State Trooper, but that's going to run into a brick wall. State Trooper is sort of my backup metal supply. Yeah, I've got like 20. I've got room for like 20 back there. Maybe I'll put the steel rods into the glove or something. I still have a field kit in this thing. Oh, that's ancient. All of that should have been extracted from this vehicle a long time ago. This State Trooper mobile here was actually one of my first light bar vehicles that was actually a decent engine quality. But these things are basically just weaker ambulances. A little bit less horsepower, and you can't access the trunk from the cab. So at the end of the day, I definitely prefer an ambulance. The moment I got one, we moved up. Never looked back. Still a useful vehicle though. High horsepower, plenty of storage space in the trunk. Push comes to shove, got a light bar. So that leaves us with about 60 encumbrance in the fridge. Just one wall of storage. Well, I mean, honestly, just one wall of inefficient storage racks, yes. But those are highly inefficient. You should see my Mass Gen Fatco base. Mass Gen Fatco bases are always my best organized because they just have a billion crates in them already. Hang on a second. We need to park it so that the trunks... It's not gay unless the trunks touch. So we're going to have to get a little bit gay here. It's okay. Starting with the steel, starting with all this, and then scrap metal until it's full. Beautiful. A little bit of everything, but nothing that I am hurting for. And this is where the cones really help me out. I remember to park just before we hit the cones, and then I can open the gate most efficiently. Least amount of time wasted. Saving yourself a few seconds after it adds up. That's what I'm all about. Yeah, they gotta be close, man. They gotta be close. Ain't nobody got time for that. Let's go ahead and dump off my first aid supplies and electricals. The day will come where we are no longer able to fit both into the same container. We're not there just yet. Now I should have a battery charger somewhere in my field kit for some of my Ford vehicles here. I'm going to see if I can make room here in the fire truck. I'm really close. I move that, then I've got it. Stand by just a moment. Somebody who is not on my team is reaching out to me on my work line. Okay. No action required. Right. Yeah, that looks fine. 30 seconds or so here. I don't like the Outlook web app, but it's better than the desktop app. Outlook, Microsoft Outlook, has been going downhill for many years. And it is now more efficiently run in a fucking web browser than it is on a desktop. It used to be very much the opposite. But that's the world we're living in now. There are more web devs than anything else, and therefore there are more web apps than anything else. Started on Electron. Alright, that's handled. Tire pump into my build kit here. With a little bit of room on the... That's going to distract me. A little bit of small form food onto the driver's seat and a spare torch, at least one, as well as some reading material. Sometimes I like to have even a cooking utensil of some sort on my driver's seat, or similar to that. You know what? Yeah, I can have this bowl. It's better than nothing. Oh shit, I am such an idiot. This is the second time this has happened to me on this character. I am not usually this irresponsible. And the worst part is I don't even know if I my generator just went out. Because it ran out of gas. The loads on all four of the generators that are running, the loads are very similar, but the one on the roof of the main base is just a little bit higher. And so, naturally, this one is now empty. But the good thing about yellow generators is they will run out of fuel many times over before they ever break and blow up. It wasn't out for very long, so I can trust that the frozen stuff should still be fine. Sometimes some wacky stuff happens with that. The actual power cutoff, right? When the grid goes down, when the power grid goes down, all frozen food throughout the world, no matter where it is, whether it's in your own fridges or somebody else's, all of it instantly unfreezes. Instantly. And so when the power outage happens, you've got to keep that in mind and immediately have a generator ready to turn on, like, at a sap. Otherwise, you are going to be, your food's going to be rotting more quickly than you would predict. Now, I would repair it, but we don't actually have enough electrical parts, so I need to... What I'm doing is, now that we have a lot of electrical parts from the disassembly we've been doing, I'm just going to take like half of all that I have stashed and distribute that amongst my generator bags out there. Every generator should have a bag next to it. One of them doesn't. This one down here does not. So we will fix that. Look at that. Here's a duffel bag that used to be filled with empty 9mm magazines. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, guys, if you listen very carefully, you'll hear that there's a very quiet sound of a zombie slapping something far off to the right there. That's new. 42.18 added the ability to hear zombie slapping from 70 tiles away instead of 20. So what we're hearing is a zombie that heard that meta event gunshot that I didn't even talk about. I didn't even speculate. Those happen way too often nowadays. Zombie heard it and is trying to break out of a door or through a door, into a door, whatever, in one of these units on the right. Who wants to volunteer to do a floor by floor, room by room sweep of every single unit in every single one of these buildings? That's what you have to do when you start hearing that shit. This is why I always kind of, I don't want to be like, oh, the devs who do this, they never play the game. I don't want to say that, but nothing makes me want to say it more than when shit like this happens, where they make it so that now zombies can just all, you can hear them from 70 tiles away, and they, not only that, but they also get activated by meta events to the point of trying to break through things. It's just, I feel like they weren't even considering how miserable it would be in a place like this. Or maybe they were. Maybe they just want us to be that miserable. I can't roll that out. I wish I could, but I can't. I had been meaning to refill the tank of the fire truck, so I'm just going to go ahead and take it around and use it as a fuel reservoir. Because we let the generators get so low, they all are going to need more or less a full tank. I mean, this one's down to only 50%. Meanwhile, the one on the roof completely ran out. So there's something weird going on when you have multiple generators in an area. I can't really explain it, I just know it happens. So in a perfect world, what I should be able to do is when I'm ready to top up the generators, I just walk up to one, pick up the duffel bag that's next to it, which has both electrical parts and a gas tank, and just use the parts and gas in there to do what I needed to do. That only works if I am diligent about getting things topped up before they run out, which in this case I failed. That one just barely had enough gas in it too. That's pretty cool. Down here we don't even have a spare can. So we're getting another can from right here. In fact, I'm going to get 2 cans from right here. Need 2 cans Sam up in this bitch. I've had a lot of people recommend a lot of different things for gasoline storage, but at the end of the day, right now, the way the game currently plays, nothing feels better to me than just having it inside of vehicles, and then I can just siphon it out using the vehicles to drive around with the gas in it, and just have vehicles as gas carriers. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one is way ahead of the other generators. About that. 2 chest freezers and 2 popsicle freezers. Well, 2 popsicle. It's 1 popsicle freezer with both sides. Each side is built its own thing. What I really should be doing instead of all that is I should just be having it so that each one of the other freezers that are on their own circuit is balanced to a popsicle freezer and then 1 chest freezer. I should be able to do that for all 3, but I don't have enough chest freezers. I would need a 3rd chest freezer. So until then, we'll hold out like this, but this is definitely not what I want out of life. KTO, did you just return to chat? Don't take that too far out of context. We're talking about step fans. It's okay. It's not gay unless the trunks touch. So I guess if it isn't sufficiently obvious to to everybody what I'm doing, this freezer right here is some of my crops that I've harvested, that I put a lot of work into, and then I want to preserve. The most efficient way, the most efficient way of preserving crops is to freeze them. Everything else sucks. Everything else really sucks. I like how the turkeys didn't go nuts, even though a zombie was that close. That's kind of wild. Maybe they really have to actually see them now. Interesting. I haven't seen a zombie in this area for a while. Just goes to show that you're not secure yet. So I am now on the lookout for a chest freezer. That would be a good thing to have if I can get my hands on one. Not a high priority, but it would help me load balance my 4 generators that are currently running. Because right now the one directly on top of the base is, as anyone might predict, a little overloaded. Normally I'd fast forward, but I'm getting some vibes. This place has a way of... Yeah, we've cleared it several times, but that doesn't matter. It's Louisville. I'm just going to give it a moment. I don't know if y'all heard that. I did hear something that sounded like... It could have just been the wind, honestly, but I mean... It sounded a little bit like scraping, like the zombie may have been scraping on something. I don't know. I'm rightfully paranoid. This particular situation calls for it, absolutely, yes. Do always keep in mind, this almost lost me Nora, my previous character. These pumps count as walls in terms of noise reduction and vision blockage. Right, so if there was a zombie, if there were 3 or 4 zombies on the other side of this pump right here, I would not be able to see, and I would not. It would be a very big stretch to say whether I could hear them. Pumps are like hard walls in that regard. I learned that the hard way. Or well, I actually kind of already knew that when the lesson came. Let's just say that I had that lesson reinforced the hard way. I can't even say that I learned it the hard way. We never did make it to high weight. We are currently in weight loss, and we're down to 72. God damn it. Oh, our last weight gain effort was a complete failure. We didn't get out of low weight and actually stay out for a while. Fuck. Well, that means I'm doing reduced melee damage, which is completely and utterly unacceptable. I have not actually been doing a lot of melee combat lately, but still, it's the principle of the thing. They really did a number on this place. Whatchamacallit, oh, never mind, they just broke the door. I thought they broke the stall wall, too. Also kind of hoping that we could cook the clock long enough for the rain to stop. Mission failed on that one. Maybe we'll get him next time. The rain has been quite persistent for today. You hear how the audio is periodically cutting out a little bit? There seems to be a sound limit, how many sounds can be playing at once at any given time, and I do believe that the rain is actually trashing that. Just a theory. I have no solid evidence of that, but I only hear sound cut out like that when there's rain. Or the last time that I remember hearing it that didn't have anything to do with rain was when I was like cooking 500 eggs at once, and every single egg was making a sound while it was cooking. That seemed to also nuke our sound into orbit. Of course, that would fuck up my swords. Nice. I'm kind of annoyed that the citrus poster has a tendency to block, like, everything. But, we can get around it sometimes. Alright, so, weight gain. We need to think about that now. Let's get some ingredients out of the freezer. Spinach, broccoli. Venison. Sweet potatoes. And these salads are actually no good to us right now. Because they're not going to be... Salads are not calorie vectors. We're not going to be able to get fat from eating salads. I'm going to try some rice here. It's been a little while since I've done that, and rice can take different ingredients than other recipes. Now that's inconsistent. Sometimes I can go around that, and other times I can't. So rice, I believe we can do 3 ingredients. I'm sorry, we can do 4 ingredients because the rice itself counts as 1. So we're going to do 1 of each of these beans here. So we managed to get 1 of our perishables in there, but otherwise everything else. Unfortunately, these non-perishables are actually like some of the most carb and calorie dense things that I have available to me. I need to put the peppers here in a different spot. I can't, I'm carrying too much. It's literally the rice. This rice is so heavy that each of these pots weighs 8 encumbrance. Just literally drop them so that I can move this out of the way. These are for special occasions anyway. My ammo box full of peppers. I had to move those because it was polluting the menu here. So the rice we're going to do with veggie oil, olive oil, tell me I can't put butter in it? I can't. Okay. That is surprising. But rice can accept things that soups can't. Like mustard somehow. Like pre-cooking it, you can put mustard in it, which is, I don't think I've ever had that before, but okay. Normally mustard and, like, mustard, ketchup, barbecue sauce, I gotta, like, make something bread related in order to use that up. But otherwise, these are vectors of calories. Just gotta find the right thing to put it on. Harder than it sounds in this game. Because most of the things, in fact, everything that I know of that you can put condiments like ketchup, mustard, barbecue sauce onto, Every single one of them requires something that has to be looted in order to use it. Every single one of them. That's almost the entire oven, just those 2 items. Which is, that's definitely something. The rest is just going to be a roast. Oh, can't do spinach and roasts. Good to know. So I'm going to straight up eat one of these, which is a massive influx of calories. Like, I mean massive. Like, that should have taken me out of weight loss and put me straight into weight gain. Beautiful. The other one goes in the fridge. We'll eat that later. And now we can make our roasts. I might actually not cook this roast just yet. Maybe I'll cook like 2 of them. The rest I might hold off and wait and see if they actually need more fattening agents. Because there has been times in the past where I've like cooked a ton of things and then just blown through the weight gain process and ended up getting fat. We don't want the opposite extreme this time. So we'll start with butter and margarine, and we'll put 2 of these in the oven. The remaining 3, I'm going to see if I can fit in the freezer here. I think we just barely got enough room. 2.2. It's like 2 or 3 sweet potatoes. Beautiful. That's going to take just a minute to cook. Then we get a sleep in, and good to go from there. I believe I've decided I am going to try to not be using leather water bags. Satchels are the way to go. I want more storage. Taking a calculated risk here. I think I'm going to be alright with the roasts in there cooking. Just almost perfect. All right, only a half hour late for bed. I have done a lot worse. Got some ammo that's ready to be cartonized here. And we lost the music again. So, got that fixed. Oh, I love my parking lot right now. I think I positioned those lights pretty damn good. There's a little bit of darkness in between, but honestly, you can get light propagation almost anywhere now. I was definitely incorrect about the light propagation going through these walls, but it actually does kind of seem to go around the corner here. Kind of. Not that much, but whatever. So that battery never actually finished charging because the generator cut out while it was doing it. So now we get a double charge. But that's what it's here for. So the USA map is one of those things that bafflingly seems to actually block regular things from being put in front of it. I have encountered a few such things before. I'm curious if it applies to like everything. Okay, not quite everything. So I can put it there. Cool. I guess the ovens were a little too high. I get the sinking suspicion that the rain is going to continue tomorrow morning. I don't know exactly what's making me say that. Maybe it's the rain, the intensity right now, and the fact that it's already more or less morning. Plenty of opportunities to place a USA flag. Perhaps I'll do one on the south wall. The restricted area sign here is a double tile. Also room for that on the south wall, but I wonder, this one might be stuck. There is an everlasting problem where certain items you place on player-built doors can never get picked up again. I'm sorry, player-built walls. Looks like that one is not applicable there, so we're good for that one. Yeah, I'm going to put the restricted area signs on the other side. And I just want to be in regular weight gain for now. Rapid weight gain is going to happen eventually. So I'll only eat half of that soup, and there it is. We're in rapid weight gain. Probably from carbs instead of fats. I want to say that a lot of what we just ate was heavier in carb than fat. But I didn't run the numbers, so. It's getting to be that time of year in real life. It's May 18th now. Summer is well on its way here. Eventually, my air conditioning is not going to be able to keep up with cooling my apartment and dealing with the heat output of an RTX 4090 and multiple other PCs. So playing Project Zomboid all day, as we get closer and deeper into summer, is actually going to start disrupting me on a physical level. I'll deal with it, but I mean, it's definitely something I'm going to be thinking about. There are countermeasures, of course. I am capable of... there's actually a fan that I can put in, a box fan that I normally have somewhere else that I can put on top of my battle station here. And what it will do is it will extract heat from this area and kind of blow it around elsewhere. It does help with at least the circulation so that the heat doesn't just kind of coagulate right here next to the computing rack. It's a bit of a, what's the right word? It's a bit of a kicking the can down the road thing, though. I really should have these on the other sides of the fence. And in fact, I actually should have these on the roof. I don't know what I'm... These lights here, they should be on the roof. I want to be able to see in this direction, but the most likely time I'll be looking in that direction will be on the roof. This is actually one of the most dangerous things to do in Project Zomboid, is walk near a ledge that you could fall off of while carrying a lot of heavy stuff. Be very, very advised. One of my longest lived characters, Annie Mae, one of the few major injuries she ever took was a fall from a second story while I was working on our custom base in Riverside. Resulted in a foot fracture. It kept us on our ass for well over several weeks at least. I don't remember the full amount of time. But we did not even have poultice at the time. I'm going to do the same thing here with this one. Up to the second floor. Otherwise, it looks like the weather is doing nice here. We get enough compost up here for, what is that, like 7 bags maybe? Yeah, I'll bring a few sacks up here. I don't think any of our crops are quite ready for it yet, but when they are, I would like to get everything composted. The garlic on this side, that's not going to be, no, that's going to be a very long time. Garlic is 240. Some of the last, that is. I'm going to go ahead and extract those from some stacks there. I'm actually just putting the clay on the floor in a place where it will not be seen behind the crate. So it's still accessible right where it needs to be, but it's not eating up my crate storage spaces as quickly. Alright, this is what I like to see. Spare batteries, 2 for heavy duty, 1 for the other 2. So if we find something that we like, we can pop a new battery into it quite easily. Some of these are like partially full. Like this one right here is another 9.2%. So we take that, we fill it up, and then we can do 2.5. Another full bag. That leaves us with a very small amount in the 7th bag, possibly not quite half. Yeah. and that's okay. We're actually going to be moving those compost bins downstairs not long from now. They belong with the animals because the animals are constantly producing things that can go in it. Stinky things that provide nutrients for the food that actually works. Oh, look at this. We're actually close. This right here is lettuce that has gone to the next phase. You can compost crops once per phase. So they've already been composted once, but then there's this one here. So I will go ahead and wait. The kale is right there next to lettuce in terms of it's all going at the same rate. So basically everything in these two rows will be ready to receive a bag soon. Actually got a nice spot for the flag right here. The vines are not blocking it. I love it when that happens. It just fits right there. Beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, today we're going to get aiming level 8. I can feel it in my bones. I mean, we have to get like one more kill. Oh man, we have to get like one or two more kills and we're aiming level 8. I genuinely regret not just going out, finding a zombie and shooting it anytime in the past couple days. I mean, what I was doing, the base work I was doing, it needed to be done. But I could have absolutely interspersed some book reading in between if I was ready. But, oh well. I've tried that before. It just kind of looks cool. Still in rapid weight gain, so all we gotta eat is a quarter of this. Keep our something up. Okay, I have to step away briefly IRL. Because I don't want to lose any more daylight, good weather, since we've had a lot of rain lately. I'm actually going to go ahead and pause the game. Normally I'll leave it running, but not when we've got good weather to waste, so I'll hit pause, and I will be right back. Thankfully that won't break the music, because we're just playing it ourselves. One moment, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, yeah, I was right about the summer months approaching. It's currently 4 degrees above what it should be. My AC just can't, air conditioning is just too weak. It can't keep up with the amount of heat that I produce in my apartment anymore. There's various things I might be able to do about that, but at the end of the day, playing Project Zomboid all day is absolutely contributing. My RTX 4090 is at 52% utilization. 62 Celsius. And I think that's relatively consistent for this use level. And yeah, that's just constantly cooking like that. And of course, during the winter months, when the air conditioning is just trying to suppress my heat production, it's not trying to compete with the I got a high ceilings in my apartment. With the high ceilings and the natural bit of insulation that comes with it. Yeah, I mean, my streams might get a little shorter during the summer because I might burn myself out, figuratively, not literally, a little easier. I just don't operate well in the heat. I was never built for it. If that starts to become a serious problem, I will probably look into ways of reducing my heat output by maybe cutting a computing device of 1 or 2. I might be able to so if we look at my network drives here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of my hard drives are on one computer. Only C and D are on the current computer, and SC down here is on yet a different one. That's my web server. But the one that is currently functioning as a ghetto NAS, that's holding all 9 of those other hard drives, I can probably live without that one at this point. The only other thing that's on it that's not on this computer yet is IDA. Because IDA obviously is, well, that's it. You're into software disassembly. That's one of those things that's a little hard to get your hands on licenses for, and it's even harder to transfer them, especially when it's for an older version of the program. And yeah, that's, if I figure that out, then I might be able to just get all of the drives over to my new computer, my current one, the one that I'm using right here, and actually cut one out of the lineup completely. That wouldn't do much, though. I mean, it's not running under load, so it's only producing ambient heat. Things I think about on occasion here. I mean, even my web server, it's not like it's producing that much heat. Not a lot of what it does. It just serves content when I'm using it. A couple of my friends are capable of using it. They have accounts. They can log in and stream from my Jellyfin instance whenever they feel like it, but they don't partake as often these days. My library is not that expansive, and it doesn't update very often, so it's, you know, limited. So the new hat that I'm wearing, there are 6 variants of it, I think. We have at least one on one of the zombies we killed up here. The blue one. I think the blue is number 1. Right up here. Yes. The blue one is number 1. It even comes with jockey silks, which I can repair. In that case, let me see about the other one. Here, over here, the one that I'm currently wearing came from this guy. So we're going to steal his silks, repair those too. I do not know if the pants are actually, like, unique or any sort. I think they're just standards. Now, with respawn off, I don't know if... these zombies might actually be unique. I don't know about that, though. Because they're like, I don't know, maybe horse racing is done in teams. So, the number 2 helmet here might belong to a team of people. In any case, they're definitely not very common. But that's 2 out of 6. It would be great if I could find a few more. The horse race track is largely made... Ooh. Ooh. We got a Jorgensen and Sons over here. It's not a wreck, though. So it might not be a perfect engine. Jorgensen and Sons is a classic. All of my prior characters who went to Louisville eventually found one. But for Annie, she found a wrecked one that had a perfect engine. Nora found a non-wrecked one that did not have a perfect engine. Non-wrecked one has a perfect engine. This is now actually the best step van in my fleet. No competition. Unbelievable. Okay, I was not expecting that. Literally better than the Plonky Mobile. The Plonky Mobile has already been upstaged. Now, it doesn't look like it, but I do expect that there's probably a bunch of Zeds on this field. But, of course, it's just there are billions of trees, so we can't tell. Actually kind of looks quiet out there. But looks can be deceiving. Okay, yeah, so we've already got another guy with the number 1 gear on. So we know for a fact that it's not unique. Maybe we're just going to have to headcanonize that these riders are teams. And we've got a primary rider and a backup rider. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. But let's see if we can be a little sneaky about this and just kill the riders. So that we collect our hats. Because that's what I'm here for, ultimately. Of course, that also means that the ID cards for these riders are probably not going to be unique. There's another one. That's the yellow one, and I didn't realize, but the yellow one looks like it's actually pretty mustardy. Yeah, see the number 5 right there? That's not a pretty bright yellow that I wanted. That's not going to be a match for Jackie J's boiler suit. And that's regrettable, but I'm going to collect it anyway. Y'all know me. I'm all about the matching. I I think this sword is actually near the end of its lifespan. Yes, this sword is done. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, 5, and 6. We need 3 and 4. I couldn't remember if there was a 7. I don't like this. Remember, behind any one of these walls of trees, there could be a wall of Zeds. I will take as long of a route as I have to in order to make sure that that's not the case. There's another number 1 up there. A lot of people on the number 1 team, it seems. This is probably going to trigger combat music. Ooh, there's one. I'm gonna see if I can cue this guy.
Hey.
Yep, got him. Okay. So I'm gonna fall back a little bit. Hopefully he'll come along. But I want to deal with any of this shit right here. Any of this shit that would have come from an angle that I wasn't expecting. We'll hit them first. She got the jockey outfit, but she doesn't have a hat. She's a number 5, allegedly. Hey, look at that. Music's back. Alright, where did Green go? We got his attention, but I guess he didn't have a strong attention span. Yeah, there he is.
Hey!
Now that's probably going to bring more from the left or the top or wherever the hell. Jockey silks are low insulation. That's super low insulation. They might actually be a competitor for medical scrubs. I've never actually looked at them before. One, two, three, 5, and 6. So we're just missing 4. is for the purple one? Maybe it is. Yep, there it is. So there are only 6 then. I couldn't remember if there was a 7th. Like that shirt. You want a mine? You want a mine? Yeah, I'll take a spare set of number 6 there. Jockey soaps number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Helmets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could use a spare 6. I like having spares. I saw another 2, and I saw another 6 out here. Have a quick bite to eat. I'm mostly just collecting these because they're pretty unique, I believe. And with respawns off, we'll probably never see any of these again, so... Use my footsteps to get those 2. Yeah, we've got enough helmets for number 1. See, I could always just kill all the zombies here with some sort of mass violence event. Bombings, mass shotgunning, something like that, but then it would mean in order to find loot, I've got to trawl through 200,000 corpses. It's much easier to find loot on corpses while they're still moving around. So, I'll jump at this opportunity. So if we can find a spare number 3, great. Otherwise, we're on our way out of here. There's a guy with a motorcycle helmet out there. Those are absolute memes. They reduce your hearing and vision so much that I couldn't fathom why anybody would ever want to wear one. But I guess if you don't care about your senses, you want to be blind and deaf all the time. Yeah, go for it. You have my blessing. Just know what you're in for. I do see one target up there that has the spare that I'm looking at. This machete actually going down too. No, it's in great shape. That might just be, yeah, that's my weight. It doesn't say this on the trait, but underweight, low weight, minus 20% melee damage. Shout out to my homie Ranzera. I never would have found that out. But I believe him. I believe him 100%. I don't even need to look at the code because I'm feeling it. I'm fucking feeling it. And there should be 0.0% chances. At level 9 Longblade with level 10 strength, I should never fail to one-shot a zombie as long as this thing has got above like 70% sharpness. It just shouldn't happen. Like that right there, that shouldn't fucking happen. And yet, there's just these silly little unwritten rules that can cause it to happen. That is a cop zombie with a double holster. I wonder if that means she actually has more than one gun. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Yeah, Ethel Adamson. You were a meme, Ethel Adamson. An absolute meme. Thank you for your service. Maybe she did the Jonathan thing from The Mummy. She expended all the shots and then she threw the guns. I'm gonna steal this guy's helmet just because I want it, but I'm out of here. There's way too many of them in here. If I keep pulling them, I'm down to one really good weapon right now. And this situation can turn ugly. Alright, we do not need spares of everything. Eventually we'll find some. Worst case scenario, when I finally clear this place out with massed violence, we can probably just try to nail one in the crowd. Emphasis on try. Even at high level aim, that doesn't always seem to work. Zombies have a tendency to body block for each other. And if you ever try to nail a specific one, it seems to come down to luck more than anything. I don't think I've ever actually been this far in. I have not, no. It's not like there's anything impressive back here. It's literally just a circle. It's a circle with bleachers on most sides. Don't let the temperature fool you. It's not nice outside. 69 degrees Fahrenheit is not something you want to be running around constantly exerting yourself in. I wonder if I could pull some shenanigans wherein I manage to unite the zombie crowds of the mass residential area over there to the bottom of the screen, and the crowds of the spectators here at the horse racing track. That would be a very difficult maneuver because it would require me to make some holes in the fence down here. And that is a tall order for fences that I have no idea what's on the other side of. It's doable, though. I could make it happen. So this is where I would put my horses. If I had one! But, no, you can see where the animal spawns will be. And you can see where I will be suffering, because, I am more sympathetic to, more complex mammals than I am the less complex ones. So, of course, all the animals they add in B43 are going to be ones that I have greater sympathies for. Dogs, horses, to name a few. I already have pretty good sympathies for cows, even though they're very simple creatures. They are. It's usually the line of omnivores and predators. I'll usually have a little bit more sympathy for than herbivores, because herbivores, well, there's only so much you can do with that nutrient range. Yeah, there's always a mod for that. I saw a mod that tried to add. I saw this GIF. It was just a GIF of somebody who was trying to add a cat mod to the game, and I lulled. I lulled rather hard. Actually, I should be able to find it relatively easily because I sent it to one of my buddies. And if I just scroll back in my chat with him... I need to be careful about scrolling back through my chat with him. I'll start laughing my face off. He sends me the dankest of memes. Plenty I can't even show on stream. Yes, here it is. Okay. Found it. This is not one situation where I think about a meme and I can't find it. Tried to make a cat. Having some issues. You can tell by the light propagation that this is B41, so that was his first mistake. I'll post a link to that, because that is I lull every time. All right, so let's get our new jockey clothing into the wash. I would like to see if any of that is actually a viable chest replacement. Some of it might be. I might actually like the color. I don't know if we'll be seeing cats in B43. I don't know if I've ever heard cats being mentioned by the devs. If we just go by what they make the mouth noises towards, horses and dogs seem far more reliable. Not to say that we'll never see cats, but you can look at what's in the game right now, and the only signs I see for cats are like cat treats every once in a while. I don't see cat food. Do I? I can't recall. There might be cat food out there somewhere. But not like dog food. Dog food is all over the place. And this is why I mod people, so that I can actually copy the links. What do we got? I have seen people use this GIF a lot. I've never seen the original, though. Wide cat is extra wide. Oops. In you go. Do you see how the lighting levels change when we step outside versus inside? It's something to do with the cloudy weather. Cloudy weather, like whenever it's cloudy outside, it actually applies like this slightly gray filter over everything. It looks weird. It only looks weird when you go indoors, and then it just changes like that. You've had Spider-Man. Now get ready for Wider-Man. I stole that joke from CS188. Make sure to go like and subscribe to every single video on his channel. Fucking amazing YTP artist. He's been at this for as long as I've been on YouTube. Well over 13 years now. I'll wash some of my other stuff, but I'm going to use one of the side barrels directly. We've got all these redundant barrels, and I almost never get to use them. Mostly because if I go nuts and drain like the main barrel, then when the main barrel starts filling up again, it fucks a few things up. So if I'm going to like use, 10, 20 at a time to do some lightweight washing, then I would prefer to use a side barrel. Don't ask me exactly how I'm wringing out a helmet, but it's happening. Oh yeah, so all these compost bins, one of them is still processing some stuff. I'll let that continue. But these three can now go down into the animal pen, and I can start putting poo into them. Cows and sheep and pigs, I think pigs, are the only ones that produce actual poo of significance. So I don't expect too much here. Chicken shit is not very, not going to help you that much with the compost. Chicken shit, turkey shit. Rabbits don't poop. I eagerly await the day where we see the patch note, fixed rabbits not pooping. Believe you me, if you ever raise rabbits in real life, or even just like spend a little bit of time near a place where rabbits are being raised, you will know that they absolutely do poo. But in this universe, you would think they don't. Now, if that's just a case of, rabbit poo is so insubstantial that you would need a lot in order to have anything of substance, to that I say challenge accepted. I have had large quantities of rabbits before. I'll do it again, if I must. Look at that. The thing isn't even running away from me anymore. Okay, now it is. That would have been very interesting if it stopped. Only picking it up is actually the only way to check and see if it needs water or something. I'm pretty sure it won't mind drinking from my water and food sources, but I've never actually confirmed that. If the thing's dying and it won't accept food from anything other than a mama deer that doesn't exist anymore, then I think I'll have to take it out back, get some more venison. See how quickly that little baby turkey moves? That's happening because it's tethering back to its mama. That gives you a brief moment of realization as to how fast these things actually are. You don't see it very often, but turkeys, when they start moving, when they start running, man, they run. Fastest living entities in the game. If you see a suspicious lack of turkey eggs, well, it's not suspicious. That's functioning as intended. These things don't like laying eggs very much. I don't know why I'm bothering to separate all this. I'll just separate it after I pick it up. There's not going to be enough encumbrance for it to fill up the bag. I'm just being needlessly obsessive. Tends to happen. I think actually we did find a fertilized egg in there. You know what? For now, I don't mind. It's only when chicks start to hatch and we start getting more male chickens, then I will probably kill the rooster. For now, I'll let him try to do his business. I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to put all the bird poo into one bin. Not even 1.0 encumbrance. I'm just curious if we can ever actually get a bin to fill up with nothing but bird poo in it. That would be an interesting thing. There's another fertilized. Now, of course, you know that old saying, don't count your chickens until they hatch. Some of these fertilized eggs will probably never anything happen to them. I will pet the bunny. The bunny is a good bunny as long as it stays out of the road. And the bunnies in this pen will never be on the road again. And therefore they are good bunnies. Just to prove to you guys that I'm not a malicious bastard who hates rabbits. Absolutely not. I only hate rabbits when they're in or around my roads. And we made sure that the rabbits in here will never be in or around my roads. I'm going to pack these eggs into cartons, and then any leftover will get tossed into the bin. As soon as I get more freezer space, we're going to put that fawn out of its misery. It is, it's not that I dislike it too much, but the noises, they play way too often. So in theory, I shouldn't need to eat too much of this roast. I should just be able to spoon feed it. Quarter at a time, and that should keep us in weight gain. I get the sinking suspicion that we have not actually fixed our weight problems too much. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can hit double rapid weight gain, or triple rapid rather. I feel like right now my weight is coming from carbs. If that is true, then eating this stick of butter will boost my fats really, really high. And that will also make me a little sad, because eating butter is a sad thing to do. So I'm actually going to put, I'm going to go sleep with the animals tonight and pet a rabbit before I go to bed. We might actually be on cooldown for that. You know what? We have no way of knowing because we didn't get the sad noodle. I'm just going to pet it once before I go to bed, and then once when I wake up. Broad brush approach. Okay, so this baby rabbit here is eating, but it doesn't have access to mama. Its mama is most likely roadkill. So I may have to feed it someday. For some reason, it seems to take forever for them to starve, but they do eventually starve if they are stuck in baby phase. Our Cimidel here is still miles away from ever giving birth, so she's knocked up, but she's not going to have a calf anytime soon. She's also a very weak milk producer. I will be pleasantly surprised if we even fill this up. We almost filled it up. Very close. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and check the fawn. So this is how you catch a fawn. You have to open the right-click menu and leave it open as it starts to run. And then you've just got to run up next to it and intercept it as it's running along a wall. So it's running along this one. I run up here and click, and I got it. A lot easier in a fully enclosed space, but now I can actually look at it, and it is well-fed, not thirsty, and agitated. And so unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it, the fact that it's agitated. It's going to be agitated for the rest of its life because these things, they will not domesticate. I cannot pet it. And even though the player acceptance is definitely at 100 by now, that doesn't matter. If I can't pet it, I don't think that does anything for its stress. I would have to open debug mode to know. But I'm pretty sure that if it got ambient stress loss like domesticated animals do, if it did, then it would have probably not been agitated anymore. So, I don't know. We did not quite get enough milk. However, we're close enough that if I top it up using the milk that I've already started using over here, then we can make some butter. Because now we have exactly 15 liters to work with. I usually do butter churns near where the butter, or near where the milk is being produced. But it takes so long to get like a full 15 liters out of that particular cow now. didn't even have to put this in the dryer. It's already dry. It takes so long that I'm not going to bother putting it out there for now. Maybe when we get a stronger milk producer. For now, I'm going to move the sale sign over a little bit here, and then we'll put a churn next to the table. 2 planks, 2 nails, nothing complicated. Ratio is 5 liters to 1 stick of butter. So with those dispenser bottles, a full dispenser bottle of milk is 3 sticks of butter. That's usually the increment I like doing it in. It's probably going to use it the rest of the night. This is a long process. Don't try to do it in multiplayer unless you're ready to go AFK for a bit, because you're literally just standing there staring, and characters doesn't even make an animation. Now, if you want to get into rapid weight gain from fats alone, you've got to eat more than 1 stick of butter. So one of those sticks of butter that we just made, I'm just going to straight up eat it. This should relatively certainly ensure that we're going to make it to at least 85 kilo. We might even be at risk at this point of going over. And this is why I didn't bother cooking my other roasts. Let's go ahead and start putting away the stuff of slightly lesser importance. I'm going to designate this container right here as my RIP Horse Jockey's container. I've really got to get some storage established over here for the tailoring area. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision to put a tailoring area over here, but I'm getting closer and closer to just committing to that decision. Gotta commit, gotta commit. I still have a bag on the... There it is. It was hiding behind here. It's got some satellite dish in it. So we'll be able to make ourselves a couple of satellite connections on the roof, just satellites that are probably in the process of falling out of the sky as we speak. I do not know how much fuel 1993 satellites had for onboard attitude and orbit corrections, but I know that now that it's been a year, there's not going to be many left. Most of them will have fallen out of the sky by now. But I like to dream. Satellites in this game, if you want to use them as decorations, they've got to be placed on the on a wall. So for now, I'll just drop them on the floor. Can you drink olive oil for the fat gain? Yes, but it's nowhere near as efficient as eating a stick of butter because you cannot make olive oil. So olive oil, because you cannot make it yourself, I very much prefer to use it in recipes because then you're actually using it to make things that give your characters happiness. If you just straight up drink it, you will be very unhappy, and you won't be able to get any more olive oil once you go through it all like that. So if you're in a pinch, and you really need to put on some pounds, then sure, yeah, you can do that. But I don't usually recommend it. It's almost always going to be better to stick it into a recipe. Butter, it's just the fact that I can walk outside, milk the cow, and get more butter. That's one of the reasons that's one of the only reasons I'll be willing to just eat a stick of butter. I feel like in the future they might make butter a little harder to get. They've already tried once It used to be less milk. They increased the amount of milk. Now it's 5 liters. It still feels a little easy for knowing the devs of this game. I hate to say that I'm using the word easy when I'm talking about something in this game because, man, yeah. If you know, you know. If you don't, welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. Alright, second sleep is a go, and I think almost all those crops down there are ready for composting. We got that one bastard there that was not ready, and now it's ready. Great. Okay, so that's 20 or that's two bags, 20 uses. Sorry, 2.5. Sorry, not 2 bags. That is 2.5 bags. I forgot that 2.5 for. It's 5 bags for 4 rows of crops. My own efficiency, hosted by my own petard. So what's happened is they've progressed from seedling to second seedling. Seedling that is under the ground versus seedling above the ground. We do actually have some mildew. I could get ahead of that now. As soon as I'm done composting, I will do that. I would never have noticed if I hadn't looked at it. A lot of people who come over here from B41 are possibly justifiably concerned about crop diseases, but B42, if you didn't already have it in 41, 42 gives you so many means to treat them, and those means are only gated behind magazines, not skill level. So even if I was agriculture skill level 0, if I found the right magazine, which is not hard to find, you'll find the recipe to make cures for anything that shows up. I don't think I've ever had anything other than mildew. Like there's slug repellent, there's flies cures, there's cures for other things. I don't think I've ever seen anything else that needed to be cured other than mildew. And even mildew is a little weird. The hell? That's 3 bags. Was it 5 bags for 2 rows? I'm an idiot. Yes, it was. For some reason, my brain meat started thinking about something else. Wait, no, it was 5 bags for these 2 rows here. Which means the 2 bags I just picked up are for these last 8. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see in this container right here, we've got ourselves a spray can. Lots of chicken feathers. I was supposed to put those into tailoring. I keep a little bit of tobacco out here. That's actually not enough to make a cure, but theoretically, you can make a cure for flies with tobacco. But I've never seen flies. Rat poison. I don't even think rats getting into your garden is actually a thing. I don't know if there is a use for rat poison other than maybe if you wanted to wipe out anything that got into a trap. Can you bait an animal trap with that? I need milk or mildew cures. We've got a container there that's in use, but I think we also might have some liters elsewhere. These are all small cartons, but honestly, that's exactly what I need. 4 small cartons equals 1 mildew cure. So I'm probably going to go ahead and wrap up the stream by the time tomorrow morning in-game comes around. I'm actually feeling myself get a little sluggish. I want to blame the heat, but it's probably more likely my sleep schedule. Regardless of the cause, the effect is my reaction time is going to be threatened in the not-too-distant future if it isn't already threatened. So we don't want to fuck with that. I don't know why I bothered trying to milk her. She was recently milked, so it's going to be a little while. I think the devs have been tweaking the mildew treatment requirements, because recently we had a couple of crops with heavy mildew, and we needed like 3 cures for a single crop plot with heavy mildew. So that is definitely a thing. I don't know if that's functioning as intended, or if maybe I was supposed to like wait a little bit between treatments or something. Regardless, it took several. In the past, it felt like I could just, you know, spam the treatment until it was gone. I don't know if that's always supposed to be the case. But I have a bite of this roast here. And you know what? Now that the rain is eased up, we're going to go kill a zombie with firearms. Just 1 or 2 zombies should all be all we need to do. And we will get aiming level 8. We should have done that yesterday, but I was sneaking around everywhere. Okay, all that's left in Plonkies is scrap metal. I think State Trooper is full. KY Ranger is also full. I don't remember what Mr. Hungs is at. I think he's mostly masonry right now. I'm going to top him up with scrap metal, because I'd rather have the Plonky Mobile free. Yeah, I might just be able to fit this in here. I've got enough chicken feathers. I could actually make several of those things that cost hundreds of them. I could make a teddy bear or 2 or 3. Apparently they come in multiple colors. I will definitely want to take a look at that at some point. I'm begrudging to try to convert something that is a perfect step van into an ammo carrier. But at this point, I might want to... What the fuck? Now that's interesting. I'm getting an email from my energy provider. I'm going to have to read this more deeply later. I use Dominion Energy. It gives me some of the cheapest electricity prices in the country. I'm not even kidding. Dominion Energy is... Well, they've got their issues, but 3 nuclear power plants on one grid in Northern Virginia here. It's one of the reasons data centers have just been... everybody's talking about, data center propagation all over the place, all over the world now. Ground zero was right here where I live for data centers. Unfortunately, my community seems to have provided the... I wish my community provided the roadmap for data center expansion, because then nuclear energy would probably be a little more common in the United States. But regrettably, the United States is absolute dog shit when it comes to... We should have 10 times as many nuclear reactors as we have right now. But thanks to 3 Mile Island and the fucking goddamn motherfucking boomers, and the fucking fear, uncertainty, and doubt that 3 Mile Island triggered an entire goddamn generation. Suddenly everybody's like, no, now we need some windmills, now we need some solar, now we need all these other stupid things that are nowhere, not even 10% of what nuclear energy could be. But no, now we need these fucking renewables. Renewables that require absolutely not renewable things to be built. Fucking, don't get me started on green energy, man. I'll have an aneurysm. I'll have a fucking aneurysm. Green energy. There's nothing green about lithium. And everybody needs lithium if they want their green energy. It's a fucking vanity project is all it is. I don't often get heated about political things here, but if you consider energy policy to be a political thing, then sorry to break the mold, but that gets to me. It gets to me because I say that I have some of the best energy costs on the almost on the planet here. Like, again, it's not necessarily exaggerating to say that some of the prices I'm paying are, if they're the lowest in the United States, they're probably some of the lowest in the world. But data centers are threatening that, so I'm very keen to hear about what Dominion has to say to me. I'll be reading that email a lot closer later. I mean, apparently all it means is that they're going to be combining Dominion Energy and Next Era Energy. I have no idea what the fuck that means. Corporate merger. That could go in any direction. I'm sure everybody's excited to hear about corporate mergers. Fucking... I'm going to put down one of these cardboard boxes and store a bunch of the jockey stuff we just picked up. Particularly the helmets. But all the rest of this stuff needs to be fixed. And I believe we've got plenty of material to fix it with up here. That would be rags that we need. I don't actually have a lot. I got bundles here. Each bundle can probably fix 2 of these. Yeah. I'll start with the ones that's most interesting looking to me. Jockey number 6. That is orange. That is prurient to my interests. Now we just need a needle and some thread. We don't actually have a lot of thread with us. Of all the oversights. Of all the silly oversights. Now we can make our own thread because I brought a lot of flax with me. But that is still a very silly oversight. Alright, so look at that. Every single thing has a hole in it. I'm going to start by not patching the upper and lower torso on this one. Alright, so it's wearable now. I can see what it looks like. Let me go ahead and take off some of my other layers so I can actually see it. The Alice belt and suspenders is always going to be worn, so I'm going to factor in aesthetics. All right, now look at that. Now this is a crime, in my humble opinion. This is a crime because it's part of a kit, right? This is the jockey helmet number 6. This is the jockey shirt number 6. So why doesn't the shirt match the godforsaken helmet? I'm actually mad about it. Whatever. I don't hate it, but actually, I kind of do hate it. I kind of do hate it. But that's actually an easy fix. We can fix this ourselves. And I might. I'm actually unironically considering it. But let me start by putting this out of the way. What? This is the shirt layer, I believe. So let me just double check that is competing with the scrubs, the long sleeve scrubs, yes. So the medical t-shirt and the Hawaiian shirt are still, there's still nothing that I can replace them with. It is interesting to see something compete with scrubs. Scrubs, I always thought they were best in slot because they cover all the way down to the forearms, and yet they have extremely light insulation. But these things have just as little insulation. In fact, they're identical. So I am no longer locked into the scrubs economy, at least not for this shirt layer. So we've already got this one that I'm wearing is patched everything but the torso. This one I will patch the torso as well. So maybe we can have a winter variant of the same thing. And this is what it looks like without holes in it. Nothing unexpected there. It is still the incorrect color of orange. Fucking... And I'm going to be real with you guys. I actually am considering changing the, just changing a little bit about the way the helmet looks, like the visual appearance of it. Like I might invert the, I might actually change the, whatchamacallit, change it so that it's white, the white is black, and then the 6 is a different color, and then the, orange is a slightly more correct color. Slightly more correct variant. But we did at least confirm that I can wear this. And it's basically, right now, it's basically just scrubs with a hole in the chest, which is something I didn't have before. Let's see what it looks like when I'm wearing the rest of my layers here. I think it'll just be like a little flash of orange available around the chest there. I mean, no, you can't even see it. You can't even see it at all. And that is what it is. There's nothing I can really do about that. But if I am going to do that, if I'm going to use that as a replacement, then we're going to need to get some leather strips onto it. So what is that? That's going to be 6 leather strips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 5. And then thread and needle. But we're actually running pretty low on thread now. So as you can see, my torso is, I mean, just, you know, it's definitely orange now. But that is because there is literally nothing on my chest right now. My insulation on the chest area is almost minimal. It's like 0.15. Neck is 0.05, head is 0.0. That is because something with a hole in that slot does provide like a teeny bit of insulation, but it's almost negligible. Something I was curious to try is we do have a green camo military jacket here that ever so happened to have holes in the correct spots. Upper torso, lower torso, and neck. Which means military jackets actually about... They are best in slot for protection on the jacket jacket area. I think. Yeah, it doesn't show the number because there's holes in everything right now. Desert camo is better. Desert camo is lower insulation in every way. We even found a t-shirt with holes in it here. I forgot about this. But yeah, if we wanted to finish the job here, we would have to get some more thread. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and put together a loom. That shouldn't take too much in terms of material. All right. We did never find a canteen. Oh, you know what? There's one place that I can go look for a canteen right now. I don't know if I'll find one, but it's worth just driving past it. There is a survivor house in the neighborhood to the north of us that we cleared already. And because it is a survivor house that spawned right here in Louisville, late game, the chances of military gear such as a canteen are actually pretty high. I might have just, you know, completely scrolled past it without even really thinking about it. But I am still on the lookout for actual canteens under the new. Weather's been off and on. It has been off and on. I feel like we're in a position where it might stay clean, which would be great. I'd like to do a little more shooting. Get that next level. I mean, honestly, I'll shoot this guy and I'll probably get it. Like I said, I knew I was really close. Just 1 or 2 more kills. It was a little bit cursed that I let it go that long. But yeah, we are now aiming level 8. We are going to read the next book soon. And honestly, I'll probably just do that for the rest of the stream. And we'll end things tomorrow morning in-game. Currently, my streaming schedule is a little bit in flux. I do not know if I will, damn. If I did find a, yeah. If I had found a, it would have gone there. I think. Literally everything else in here got extracted. Wait a minute. No. I don't have a microwave at my base. So at least I didn't come out here for nothing. Apparently microwaves are faster to thaw things even if you've already heated up an oven to max heat. So... But yeah, we're now on a moratorium of shooting until we get our next book read. I'll probably carry around the 9mm for self-defense, but otherwise I think I'm going to put away the 357. So usually the way I see it is if I would use the 357, it's usually because it's a target that I would have otherwise hit with a sword. So the 9mm is just there for unexpectedly high saturation. That'll lighten my kit, make me a little bit more foot mobile. I don't actually have a spare sword back here, but I got another machete. I'm definitely not in a point where I could actually just kill a few zombies and get to the next level of Longblade. We're close, but we're not that close. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get started reading the book. It's a level 5 book, so it'll take longer than... I suppose it won't hurt to just fast forward until it's done reading. Usually I like to end the streams on a morning note. That's alright. I think we'll be fine. So, the books that I brought with me that need to be read at some point in my not-too-distant future are in the expedition vehicle currently. I don't expect that we're going to need to have it anywhere else anytime soon. I mean, honestly, it's electrical 5 and then aiming 5. Reloading 4 has already been read. We are a long way away from being able to actually read the next reloading book. Yeah, I'll go ahead and keep this book box in here, and then just take aiming 5 out. I know this is my only copy of aiming 5. While I've gotten redundant copies of many other level 5 books, aiming is not one of them. still in rapid weight gain. We've almost gotten rid of the low weight stress middle, the underweight debuff, as it were. Just need my reading glasses on. And we got food. We reading. Since we've got a big roast here, I'm going to wait until that. Yeah. Red food modal means 25 hunger. This is 24 per bite. It's a pretty nice ratio, if I do say so myself. Got another roast where that came from. It usually takes me the better part of a day, like 24 in-game hours, to read a level 5 book. And we started this one at like, what, 1600 something? Can't remember. Yeah, so we'll just eke into tomorrow morning just a little bit. Otherwise, we are in a pretty good shape here. Something I haven't done yet, but I've been thinking about doing, is I might actually put more beds around my base. The notion of having one primary bedroom is kind of antiquated when you've got a huge bunch of real estate that you've got to deal with yourself. Looks like the rain might be done. And we might still have about half a day to work with when I finish this. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a little bit into the afternoon. And there we are. I have read all 5 aiming books. Not the first time I've done that. I think both of my previous long-range characters have managed to pull that off. It still feels nice, though. An absolute milestone. Alright, folks, we're in wrap-up phase here. I always recommend that we take screenshots of our bases as they progress, for they will not be here forever. Nothing will be. Sometimes memories are the most important thing. Screenshots, like photos, will crystallize those for you. And just for the memes. Just for the memes. Why can't I hold all these generators? Alright, folks. It's been a couple streams since I've done this, because I've been, to be entirely honest, my C drive is not exactly doing that well on storage space. I've been in the red for a while now. So I have not been backing up my save every single after stream. But I do generally recommend that people do that. I need a new character shot for the thumbnail here. Now that we got the helmet, that is a significant change. So there's our swords, here's our gunnery. Swords and gunnery. Alright, so last thing we should do here every time, if we can make time, is back up the save. How do you back up your save? Go to your Zomboid folder. So that would be, for Windows users, C users, username, Zomboid, saves, in my case, Apocalypse. Here's the most recent one. Control-C, just copy that whole folder and put it wherever you want. And if you need to restore from the backup, then delete the folder in here or rename it and then paste it back in. So I'm going to put it in my backups folder, which is here at the Zomboid level. And this is going to be part 37 of our journey, I think. Let me check the description real quick. This is part 37 of our journey. Yes, okay. So, new folder called 37 and Control V, paste that in there. Our save file size is up to 1.20 something gigabytes. Yeah, 1 point something, 20 something. 489,000 objects in the save. That is a little silly, to be honest. It would not take a fraction of this time if the Zomboid map system used databases instead of tiles, or like, individual binary files for every single tile out there. It's a little silly. It's a little silly. That's why save backups take so long. Conan Exiles is a different game that I used to play a long time ago that just has a database for everything in the game. So databasing would be the best way to do it. Anyway, I'm out of here, folks. I will catch you sometime later this week. Friday is the next guaranteed stream. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays are still very up in the air for me. But since I missed Sunday, I might feel obligated to try something. So I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Friday for sure. Otherwise, catch you then. Peace out.